Hello, everybody, and happy Valentine's Day. I'm here with my wonderful co-host, Tia Fair, who is a fellow philosopher, VTuber, idol philosopher, and justice incarnate, in fact. Oh, yeah, and my name's Axaeon. I'm a philosopher, VTuber as well. So welcome to today's debate, a debate on the nature of love, a very fitting topic for today. Tia, is there anything else you'd like to say by way of introducing yourself to the viewers? I suspect most of these viewers know who you are, but nevertheless, is there, anything else you wanted to cover?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? I'm Tia Fair, idol philosopher and justice incarnate. Most of you most of you here probably already know me. I don't think there's much in the way of things I need to say to introduce myself. But I do want to say that this is my very first how do you even call it, like true live appearance on my Axaeon's channel. With my VTuber model and everything, and which is kind of I think unreal. I think I still sort of don't know what is happening to me. Maybe I will when all of this is over. But yeah.
Well, it's good to have you here, Tia. Thank you for being a guest on the channel. And also to Kira's question, Kira asks, will this debate be held live / will transcripts be available like the last debate with the TV? So yeah, for this one, this debate will be fully live. There's no pre-recorded portion. As for whether transcripts will be available, that's an interesting idea that I had not considered. I would not be opposed to making transcripts available. It's just something that I hadn't thought of until this moment. Any thoughts from you on that, Tia?
I mean, given that the nature of the debate will be fully live, I'm not sure how we would go about with supplying transcripts, even if we really wanted to. Sorry about that. I know that they make things, accessible for certain people.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think that that's something I'll just have to think about more. But luckily, even if there is no transcript, the VOD will always be here. So chat, there are of course many questions about love that we could ask, such as, what is love? Also, do we love for reasons? Should we love for reasons, or is love at its truest when it is not for reasons? That's one big debate that philosophers often have about love. And there are also questions, of course, about ways love manifests, about monogamy and non-monogamy, about whether there are such things as soulmates, about how to find the right person. And so in today's discussion, we might not be able to answer every question about love, alas. That would be a tall order, though perhaps we can do it. Perhaps we're up to the task, Tia. But in any case, we will address at least some of the most fundamental ones and see if we can make some progress in understanding. So in just a minute, Tia and I will have some opening statements, focusing especially on the question of what love is. And then after that, we'll be playing the discussion by ear mostly, not really having formal time limits or anything like that, but just kind of seeing where the discussion takes us. So again, this first focus, and I'll be attempting to use headings up here in the top right just to help us keep track. It's on the question, what is love? Tia, do you have anything to say before we move into opening statements?
Not in particular. I'm skeptical that we'll be able to answer every single philosophical question there is out there about love, but I think we'll do our best to address some of the main ones.
And that's all we can do. By the way, you might have already seen this, but I see Tara Ditto in the chat is referencing the Hathaway song, the Baby Don't Hurt Me, that you referenced in your philosophy comment, and that just struck me as a really nice parallel there. It is a great song.
Everyone loves that song. Baby, don't hurt me.
Great for like bowling alleys and skating rinks especially. There's just something about it that fits so well. And I see Rovo is saying, in this corner, the Axonite gem of philosophy and Tennessee Titan, Axaeon. In this corner, the shooting star of philosophy who burns bright as the sun, Tia Fair. Ooh, thank you for the hype, Robo. That's really funny. That's I'm feeling super pumped up right now. And also Tyler and all, and Leon, welcome. Yeah, Leon, you might be right on that idea of a lot of typing after. But let us turn now to opening statements. So again, chat, the first question that we're considering, though of course the questions will bleed into each other, there's going to be some overlap, but the first point of focus for us is the question, what is love? And on that question, I would like to start by just sharing a little bit about the response I gave to anyone who saw the Reddit post about Philosophy, which is by the way, for anyone who doesn't know what Philosophy is, it's the indie VTuber group made up of Tia Fair, myself, and Karis Ufernor. We're 3 indie philosopher VTubers. And recently, Tia has been leading an effort to promote it on Reddit, and we've all taken part, but it was sort of mostly Tia's and Karis's idea of putting up a series of memes, and one of them was the question, what is love? And it had all of our responses to that question. And my response to that, which I'll now post in the chat just in case it helps for anyone to have on hand, was that love is a positive value appraisal that's experienced emotionally, manifesting in feelings like affection, respect, and concern for the beloved's well-being. Now that answer is a little bit simplified just to make it go along with the meme format, so I'd like to say a little bit more about it right now. One proviso I would add is that perhaps not just any positive value appraisal. For example, if it's just a slightly positive value appraisal, I would not count that as love. So we might add a proviso about being sufficiently strong, like it has to be a particularly strong positive value appraisal that is experienced emotionally. Also, if one doesn't like the word appraisal, which I realize some people might not be drawn to about this account of love, because maybe it seems too cognitive, maybe it makes love seem too intellectual, too much like a belief or a judgment. The word appraisal is not essential. We could also use a word like perception, but where perception is understood in an affective way, so relating to affect, relating to our emotions. One analogy that I sometimes think of here is with an emotion like fear that involves perceiving an object in a certain way, perceiving an object as dangerous to us or as threatening to us. My view is that when we love someone, we perceive them as having this great value, and that's what the love consists in, is this positive value appraisal that is experienced emotionally. So not just a cognition, not just a judgment or a belief, but where the positive value appraisal manifests as an emotion. And partly as a result of that, I don't think that there's any deep or in principle difference between love and milder forms of liking or valuing someone, provided that the liking and valuing are experienced emotionally and not just cognitively. To me, it's all on the same scale, but it's just a difference of degree. So the difference between just liking someone or valuing someone, to some extent, and loving them, I don't see that as an in-kind difference. I see that as simply a difference in degree. Now you might be asking, okay, why think that love is an appraisal of value? Like there are various kinds of love or various proposals out there for what love could be. The appraisal of value view is just one of them. But there are a few reasons why I'm drawn to it. And one of them takes as its starting point the thought that love is a way of valuing a person, that this just seems to be a fact about love, that it's a way of valuing someone. And to me, the most straightforward, natural way of making sense of this is to suppose that love is a way of appraising or perceiving that person as having value or having great value. I think that helps us account for the sense in which love is a way of valuing a person. A second reason why I'm drawn to this account is that being loved, and perhaps not solely romantic love, but perhaps especially romantic love, I think romantic love is the clearest example of this, gives you a reason to feel good about yourself. If someone loves you, if someone makes you the target of this wonderful feeling, wonderful state of mind, it seems like you have reason to think like, all right, like, this is great. And I think that the appraisal of value view nicely explains why this is. It's not to say that no other view could explain it, but I think the appraisal of value view gives an especially direct and natural and fitting explanation. And the explanation is that unless you have reason to doubt the other's judgment for some special reason, then the fact that they love you gives you at least some evidence that you do in fact have the valuable properties that their love would be appraising as valuable. For instance, if they love you, and especially like if they report to you that they love you because they perceive you as such a kind and generous and courageous person, I would say that gives you some evidence that you in fact do have those properties. And that's why being loved gives you a reason to feel good about yourself. So I see this view of love as an appraisal of value, having some nice explanatory power when it comes to that. It also, and this is a third reason, just seems very true to my own experience, true to my own phenomenology. When I introspect on my experiences of love, the things that I felt in loving someone else, it seems to me that, well, for one thing, I perceive them as having great value, and that perception is not just cognitive, but it's emotional. It manifests as an emotion. And to me, that seems to be what the love really consists in. And I perceive and appraise these people as having great value because I'm acquainted with their good qualities in particular. So qualities like kindness or devotion or courage. And then for a final reason that really draws me to this account of love as an appraisal of value is that I think when we view love this way, it makes love for a person continuous with love for non-persons. So some examples of love for non-persons are things like love for philosophy, or love for the works of Shakespeare, or love of one's country. And I think the appraisal of value view can readily make sense of all of these as being cases of love. For instance, someone who loves one's country is appraising or perceiving their country as being of great value. Same for the works of Shakespeare. If they love the works of Shakespeare, they're appraising the works of Shakespeare as being of great value, and that appraisal is itself experienced emotionally, and of just feeling the awe or the overwhelm of the beauty of the prose, for example. And I think that other accounts of what love is sometimes have trouble with this. Just to give a brief example, one other major account of love is that love is robust concern for the beloved's well-being, such that if you love someone, then that just consists in wanting to help them, like wanting to further their well-being. And if that's how we view love for a person, then to me it seems like we face this question of, okay, like what about someone who loves the works of Shakespeare? How do we make sense of that kind of love? Like, does that person want to enhance the well-being of the works of Shakespeare? Like, that just seems a little strange. And so as a result, I think views like that would have to say, well, okay, love for persons is different from love for non-persons. We have to analyze them as being different things. Like maybe the person who loves the works of Shakespeare, maybe that's an appraisal of value, but love for persons takes the form of a desire to enhance their well-being. And that's fine as far as it goes. Like, you can say that you can give a pluralistic account of love, where there are just different forms of love and none of them are reducible to each other. But nevertheless, it seems to me that having to make that maneuver is a cost, insofar as there's still this nagging sense of like, okay, doesn't there have to be something that all these different forms of love share that explains why they all count as forms of love? Like, what feature do they have in common? And so one thing that the appraisal of value view does really well here is, to me, that it has a very broad explanatory scope. I think that it's able to account for why various forms of love are in fact forms of love, and we can explain why each one is a form of love in terms of its being the same kind of state. We don't have to appeal to radically different states or that are irreducible to each other to explain the different forms of love. And that to me just seems like a theoretical virtue of this account. So I know that was quite a bit, but those are some of the reasons why I am drawn to this view. I know that you have a view and some arguments on the table, Tia, about what love is, and I'd be really curious to hear them.
Well then, that was a very grand opening statement. It felt a bit more like maybe like a valedictorian speech or something.
That should have been my valedictorian speech.
Were you valedictorian?
I was male valedictorian for my school, yeah.
So they had two, a male and a female one.
That's right.
Oh, that's awesome. I didn't know that about you.
Oh, thanks. It was so long ago, I normally don't think about it much, but...
All right, then. I can't guarantee that I'll have as much to say as Axe as part of my opening statement. I guess I should begin by saying how do I say this? This is maybe more like starting off with banter than my opening statement, but Axe, do you remember the time you proclaimed on stream that you're a romantic, and not just a romantic, but you feel confident that you're maybe a fitting holder of the title of, like, I don't know, like biggest romantic or something like that.
Yes, I believe I have said that. And it is true. I am, at heart, a hopeless romantic.
When you made that statement, I couldn't help but wonder if, you know, if it would maybe really hold up to scrutiny, because I also think of myself as in many ways, a big romantic. And I was wondering if we might find out today who is actually the biggest romantic. Is it you, after all?
Could be. Maybe that's going to be like the sort of sub contest, like under the surface. The subtext is like, who is the biggest romantic? Is it Tia or is it Axaeon? Find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
What? Wait. I thought this was a shoujo anime.
It's whatever you want it to be.
All right. So as a romantic, I would say that I am the kind of person who is, I love itself as a concept, like the kind of person that someone would almost call like a love freak. And I feel like, to his credit, that Axe might fit the definition of a love freak as well. For me, I mean, since Axe pasted his answer to the philosophy love question in chat, I can't do that because I don't have mine available in text form, so I think I just have to remember and recite it to you. But
it's okay, I'll paste it on your behalf.
Huh?
I can paste it on your behalf if you want.
But by typing it out?
Yeah.
No, I'll just say it out loud unless you really want to. It's not necessary.
Okay. Sorry for interrupting.
Mine was, love is the bravest thing. I mean, after I went with the meme answer of baby don't hurt me, mine was love is the bravest thing you can do and the strongest force in the world. Now, my definition there was actually meant to apply to unconditional love, which is my favorite kind of love, personally, the one that I have the most sort of, philosophical passion for. But since today is Valentine's Day, and we're probably all looking to hear more about romantic love instead. And admittedly, that's not something that I've given as much thought to over the years. That is a sort of a philosophical definition of what romantic love is. Honestly, it's something that I've only begun to be interested in myself after meeting Axaeon and encountering his very well thought out and strongly argued for views on love that led me to begin pondering my own. And I guess that pondering has led me to some intuitions that oppose that of my senpais. And I felt that because of that, just because of that, that would make for an interesting discussion today. So my definition of romantic love, if I had to boil it down to just a simple, maybe like one sentence definition, I would probably go with something like romantic love is an experience that you have with someone who involving an experience with someone whom you are emotionally attached and sexually attracted to. And I don't know. I don't know if that sort of encapsulates my entire view. But given that I've been thinking about this topic for much less time than Axaeon, yeah, I'll be upfront and say that it's still a work in progress. That's what I've got for now, and I'm hoping that maybe all the little nuances of my view will become clearer as the debate goes on.
Mm-hmm. One thing I really like about what you said there, Tia, is being very open and sharing, like, hey, this is still a work in progress. Because I feel the same way about my views, by the way. These are not these are not things that, even though like I have beliefs about them, of course, as you do, they're not things that I view as certain or as settled. I'm certainly open to changing my mind. And I like to think that any philosopher who approaches these things with an open mind will feel that same way. And I do think there's absolutely a lot of value in being willing to share a view or an argument with an audience, even when one is feeling that, like, hey, this is still a work in progress. Because that's how philosophy works, is you might present your sort of work in progress arguments to someone else, and then they might think about it, and as a result, their own views start to develop. So I think that that's one wonderful part of the process of philosophy. And yes, I see some people in the chat have noticed Leon's comment. Which one of you are married again? Yep, I have no, I'm just totally taken down. But I cannot have any good response to that, Leon. But yeah, so this, I would like to turn now to your definition of romantic love. So romantic love, you were saying, is an experience that you have with someone whom you're emotionally attached and sexually attracted to. So one thing I think about this definition is that it probably will capture, I think, most of the cases of love that people will sort of intuitively think, like, oh yeah, like that's a case of romantic love. Like if you just pick, 10 random couples or 10 random people who most would judge to be in a state of romantic love, I think that those features of being emotionally attached and sexually attracted, like those are going to be features that hold of most of those couples. One, I guess, worry that I would have about this as a definition of romantic love, if I just sort of put myself in the shoes of someone who's trying to find objections, is, are there not cases of romantic love that feature an absence of at least one of these components, and in particular, the component of sexual attraction? So for example, if we consider asexual people who just don't feel sexual attraction in general, it seems like at least some of these people might still view themselves as being in romantic relationships and have very deep emotional attachments. And if we're willing to count those cases as romantic love, then it seems to me we would have to make at least somewhat of a revision to that definition. And actually, I see Tyler and all has now, I just read your comment, Tyler and all. It seems like, yeah, we had the same thought there. So that is one, I guess, thought that I have. Are there any, I guess, follow-ups or things that you would say in response to that, Tia?
Apparently you stole Tyler's comment. What do you have to say for yourself?
I'm so sorry, Tyler and all. That wasn't very loving of me, was it?
Yeah, I mean, like, that's fair. Like, I guess I was thinking more, admittedly, I was thinking more of like describing like a typical couple's relationship, rather than thinking maybe more strictly of a definition of romantic love that could actually what's the word, like, actually account for everything that definition is supposed to cover. I was just thinking, I was more thinking in the sense of like, okay, how do I distinguish romantic love from the other kinds of love, such as friendship, and that's what I came up with. But that you're right, there are people who are maybe do not experience sexual attraction and yeah, can still love romantically. But then the problem with that is that just by removing the sexually attracted to part, you would pretty much just get a friendship. So I think that's why I put that part there.
Okay, and do you see that as a weakness of an account of love if it implies that at some level there's no distinction between love and friendship, or maybe that love is a kind of friendship? Would you see that as a reason to reject a view?
Let me think. I don't think that there's necessarily a simple or easy answer to that. What I'm inclined to say is that, and I'll preface this by saying that I think that this is an intuition that both you and I share, that love and, romantic love and friendship are both types of, like relationships that have a lot in common and are like, I think, like you said earlier, they're not differences in kind, maybe more in intensity, and that's maybe something that's kind of more of like a modern, newfangled view, because I think that the old-fashioned view is more to say that, like, no, your friends, like, what, how, let me try to tap into my inner, like, grumpy boomer, like how would they say it, like, you can't, like, I guess this is sort of attached to oftentimes traditional views on gender. Like, you can only be friends with people who are the same gender as you, and then people who are the opposite gender as you, they only exist to be like like romantic and sexual prospects. And so that fed into the idea that like love and romantic love and friendships are just like totally different kinds of relationships with no overlap and not that many similarities. Having said that, I am not sure that I would say that that said, I'm not sure that I would say that yet that that means friendships and romantic relationships are truly the exact same, if only you took away the sexual component. I feel like if I'm not wrong, that would sort of in a rather strange way imply that asexual people can never be in a romantic relationship, because all of their prospective romantic relationships would like really just be identical to their prospective friendships, which sounds kind of strange on its face. So that's how I'd answer that question.
Okay, because for my part, as you already know from what I said earlier and what you acknowledged earlier, if it does turn out that, or if it were to turn out that your view implied that there's maybe not such a clear distinction, or at least not always such a clear distinction, between romantically loving relationships and friendships, I at least would not see that as a weakness of the account. When I think about like a close friendship with someone, and especially if it's a close friendship where we just add like, okay, suppose there's also a sexual component, to me it seems like that just is a romantic relationship. I don't know what other feature one could want to appeal to that would distinguish a romantic relationship from that kind of relationship. So yeah, that's where my view would be on it.
All right. Forgive me if I want to take just a moment, because I really just want to say hi to everyone who's here so far. I just can't in good conscience begin a stream without greeting everybody. That's just how I am. But I'm seeing all your comments. I don't know if we'll be able to address every single one. But I see Robo, Tara, Kira, Leon, and Tyler, and Web of Concepts. Axe, are you seeing this one comment by Robo? Kind of an interesting idea to me in this debate. I don't know if Axe has been in love, and then I think a juxtaposition between us, someone who is looking for love and is, I guess, trying to search, versus someone who has been in and maintained a love.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I noticed that comment earlier, and I wasn't entirely sure what to say in response to it, but I think it's a good one to bring up now. Yeah, no, I know I have loved many people, I would say, and as for the last part of your comment, Robo, when you say someone who is looking for love and is searching versus someone who has been in and maintained a love. Yeah, I suppose most of my thoughts on this subject come from simply thinking about it and simply reading and reflecting on things. And some might say that's a weakness. Some might say, well, maybe if my opinions were more informed by a wealth of real life experience, perhaps they would be different. And perhaps they would. It's difficult for me to speculate on that. But I like to think that we can figure out important things about love just by thinking about it.
I will say, I'm not sure if I should have mentioned this in my opening statement, but what I can say right now is that my views on love, on the other hand, I will say are strongly informed by my lived experiences. As someone who's been in a long-term relationship for how many years has it been? I think this will be the 12th year going on, and as well as the anecdotes and stories of just other people, both friends and strangers that I've come across in my life so far, and I do expect that not to sort of cast judgment on anyone, but just I personally do anticipate that perhaps the gap in experience between me and my interlocutor might lead to some maybe interesting divergences in our views.
Perhaps. Also, I see on the subject of Robo's comments, Robo does say friendship plus trust level 100%. Like, I got friends, but I wouldn't trust them around my booze. Oh, like maybe I don't know if I'm understanding the comment correctly, but if the thought is like maybe that's what makes it a romantic relationship, is it like the friendship plus the full trust? Yeah, I might be misinterpreting it. If that is the thought, though, then I guess I would be inclined to question it just on the basis that it seems like you can have close friends that you really trust, but are not romantic with, or that the feeling is not naturally described as romantic love. But I do think that in a good romantic relationship, at least, that trust will be one component. So even if it's not sufficient, maybe it is in some way a necessary condition.
I was just gonna put that, I think, in the more succinct form of just get better friends, Fivehead.
Yeah, perhaps that too. Maybe that's some good practical practical advice. But to go back to your definition of or maybe I shouldn't say definition, but the sort of work in progress account that you were describing earlier, I wonder if perhaps it's not necessarily as different from certain other views as it might seem. And now I know I put my view in terms of an appraisal of value, and you put yours in terms of primarily this emotional attachment. But part of me wonders here, maybe the attachment and attraction are themselves the emotional manifestations of an appraisal of value. I wonder, do you think that could be true? Like perhaps we appraise or perceive the other as having these valuable properties, like being a great listener and being very kind to us and being devoted, and we sort of recognize that they have that value, but the recognition itself takes the form of certain emotional dispositions of feeling particularly attached to that individual. Because if we say that, then it seems to me like maybe the two views can be reconciled a bit more than they might at first seem.
So I hate to break it to you, but no, I don't think they can be reconciled that easily. And it's but it does make me come on, and they say honesty is the best policy.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Please continue.
um, it does make me very happy that you went there because my thoughts went there too. Because I likewise was taking notes on your opening statement while you were making it, and one of the notes I made was regarding that very point you just put forth about maybe we maybe we love people or sorry, like how did it go again? Like the love is caused by the perception of value. Have I got that right?
Yeah, or I think the love simply consists in the appraisal of value, provided that the appraisal of value is experienced emotionally and not just cognitively.
Is in love and then emotionally and not cognitively.
Or at least not just cognitively, yeah.
And I think you to use sort of an example you compared it to fear, how our perception of things as scary is largely emotional and not just cognitive.
That's right.
Could I possibly get more details on what you mean by an emotional appraisal of value as opposed to a cognitive one?
Mm-hmm. Sure. So I'll give an analogy from the realm of art. Someone might see a painting and understand on a purely intellectual level that this is a painting of very high artistic merit. This is a beautiful painting. But nevertheless, maybe they're kind of a Philistine. Maybe they just don't know enough about art to really feel how beautiful it is. And so they're unmoved by it. Like they can recognize like, okay, yeah, like all the art critics say this is a beautiful painting. And like, I'm sure they're right. I wouldn't disagree with them. But nevertheless, like I'm just not feeling, the force of this painting. Whereas someone else might come along, see it, recognize that it's beautiful, but also really feel moved by the beauty, maybe even moved to tears. I think for that person, the appraisal of the painting's aesthetic value takes an emotional form. Now, in the case of a person, what I would say is it's possible to appreciate someone or to appraise them as being of high value in that very distant way, that simply cognitive way. For example, you might think like, oh yes, like that person does a lot of nice things, or like they give a lot to charity, they're a really good person, but you might not feel anything very deep for them, especially if your knowledge of them is simply from a distance. Like let's say it's just someone that you've seen in a lot of headlines as doing good things, but like you don't know them personally. Now contrast that with a case where you know someone and from many interactions with them, you've seen their kindness up close. They've shown kindness to you. They've helped you out when you really needed it. They've been a listener for you when you needed an ear, or they've just done various things that have made your life better, and you can see that it's genuine. You can see how much they genuinely care about you. I think for a person like that, it's at least possible, even if it doesn't always happen, but it is possible to experience the appraisal of their value in a very emotional way. For instance, being moved by their well-being, like being moved if something bad happens to them, you might feel the tragedy of it much more. You might feel much sadder than if a tragedy happens to someone else. Or maybe you'll be overcome by a desire to help them if they're in a rough spot, much more than you would if it were some other person. Or maybe even just like a general feeling of awe, a feeling of wonder in that person's presence. Like maybe it's someone that you have such a deep emotional admiration for that you almost tear up in their presence. So that's mostly what I'm thinking of when I think about the appraisal of value being experienced in an emotional way.
All right. First thing I feel like saying is that was actually a lot of romanticism coming from you. Chat. Did you guys know Axe had that in him? Because that, I feel like that saves me the need to maybe ask me a couple questions I was thinking of asking. Oh, you're so cute, Aku Senpai.
And before you get to those questions, if I could just briefly interject, because I see Web of Concepts has asked, are we trying to define romantic love, platonic love, general usage of the word love, or something else? I think it's fair to say in this stream, we're thinking mostly of romantic love, just given that it's Valentine's Day. But at the same time, I do think that the account of love that I've offered, at least, explains love more broadly. So not for my part, I would say I'm also interested in those other forms of love.
Yeah, anyway, as for my response to your I guess your clarification there, this may really be more of a semantic argument than anything, but I can't help but feel like the phrase emotional value appraisal is kind of an oxymoron, because just the very wording, the very term value appraisal, in me, like I for me, it just sort of brings to mind a cognitive process, yeah, it's so, and so just the very phrasing of emotional value appraisal seems sort of counterintuitive to me. There are some other things that I could say, I think, about other possible differences between our views, but I think that yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not actually sure what to say here. I just just personally, I think it would just be maybe easier to move past this bit if at least theoretically we agree to call it something other than emotional value appraisal, because there's just nothing romantic for me about when you call it that.
Okay, what if we replace the word appraisal with perception? Is that something that you would feel a little more open to?
Emotional value perception, that's slightly better. I still wouldn't say that my view sort of maybe aligns perfectly neatly with all of that, just with a mere semantic difference, but I think that yeah, it's a little, it makes it a little bit easier to conceptualize. Emotional value.
Or maybe I think the way I would put it is a positive value appraisal, or sorry, a positive value perception in this case, that's experienced emotionally.
Okay, experienced emotionally. Yeah, I guess the term, I don't know about you, but the term appraisal just makes me think of like, I don't know, like a diamond shop or something. It's not really, yeah.
But diamonds are the most romantic thing, are they not?
I don't know. I think I see them as kind of an outdated tradition. Did you know my wedding ring doesn't have a diamond on it?
Oh. I didn't know. Yeah, I don't know much about wedding rings.
I don't think you needed to tell any of us that.
But yeah, so here's, and by the way, we can move on to another question if you'd like in a minute, but there is one further thing at least that I'm wondering about your thoughts on. So if romantic love is at least something having to do with this combination of emotional attachment and sexual attraction, or maybe the focus is more on the emotional attachment than the sexual attraction, it sounds like maybe there's some remaining questions there that I guess the view could go in different directions on. But my question then would be, what about other kinds of love? Like it could be love for a friend, or love for philosophy, love for one's country, love of self, love of God. Now I know that that's a lot of examples, but I'm just curious if there's anything that you would have to say about how romantic love relates to those other kinds of love? Like, is there anything that they have in common that all makes them count as instances of love?
It sounds to me like you favor a definition of love that can also I guess whose function can also cover all the things that we call love, not just romantic love for people, but love for objects and abstract concepts. And to that, I would say that that seems to me a futile and unnecessary exercise. I think I want to say that it's in large part because of basically a linguistic quirk of the English language, where we use the word love very liberally and in a sort of in a slang way to basically in many different contexts outside of romantic love that sort of stretch the definition of love, or maybe make it seem as if they're all the same kind, the same thing. But I can tell you that, and there are other languages which use completely different words for when you're describing love for an object versus love for a person, or maybe different degrees, referring to different degrees of love, where maybe it's more equivalent to like the word like and love in English. Like it would be equivalent to if we never used the word love sort of in a hyperbolic manner in English, and we only used the word like to describe anything other than talking about our romantic partner. For example, in Vietnamese, the word for like is thích, and you would use that with pretty much like anything, in most cases of liking something, including liking your friends, liking a food. When it comes to loving God, I don't know about that, since there are not that many Vietnamese Christians, but and then for romantic love, you would say instead of thích, it's yêu. So if a woman speaking to a man she loved would say em yêu anh. So yeah, I would chalk that up to mostly I think a linguistic quirk of the English language. But if you have another reason as to why you think that there should just be one definition of love that covers all these different kinds of love, then I'd be glad to hear it.
Yeah, well, first of all, I acknowledge that when people use the word love, at least in English, there is at least some hyperbole. Sometimes people might say like, "Oh, I love steak," and you might say, "Okay, like really? Is it?" or are you just saying like
you want to
really
marry steak then?
So there's no doubt that sometimes happens. However, it seems to me there are also plenty of cases where it's not love for a person, not love for another human, but nevertheless, it also seems like it's not hyperbole. And I think you sort of acknowledged this when you brought up the love of God example, and maybe also I think a similar example that can sometimes come up is love of country, or for someone who is a devoted aesthete and really likes art, they might say that they love the works of Shakespeare or the works of Chaucer or the works of Michelangelo. And if they really are devoted enough to these artworks, it starts to seem, at least to me, as if maybe it's not hyperbolic to say that they do in fact have a love for these things. And also love for oneself seems to me like another case that is plausibly not hyperbolic, at least in many instances. And I think that in light of that, there's a very real question of, if we're not going to say that these people are just using language inaccurately. I mean, we could, but then it seems to me that would be a big cost of a view if it implied that, oh yeah, like all these people who are making these very sincere statements about things that they love, like they're just wrong to describe their feelings in that way. If we're not willing to go down that path, then I think we do face the question of like, okay, how do we make sense of all these things as a form of love? And it might very well be, maybe there's no way we can get them all under the same umbrella, but to the extent that we can, it seems like we would have a very explanatorily powerful view, a view with a very broad explanatory scope. And usually that's viewed as an advantage, as one of the goals of philosophy is trying to explain the various disparate phenomena that we observe in our lives. So I agree that it's certainly not a decisive criterion. The fact that one view has more explanatory scope than another doesn't necessarily mean that the first view is true, but nevertheless it does seem to me like an advantage.
I can't say that I'm really buying the argument that love for things like art or one's country should be put on the same level of as romantic love, and that one definition needs to sort of govern them all. I think the argument that it's a linguistic limitation can still apply, and that maybe if we really wanted to be sort of really accurate and descriptive of all this, maybe what we should be trying to do is invent some sort of new verb for the situation of someone who loves their country or loves art. Art. Because as someone who loves art and music myself, I'm very, very much an art lover. I can't say that I love art in the same way that I love my husband, no matter how passionate I am about art. They're just completely different things and feelings, where my love of art is more of I can't say it's mine is the same as every other art lover's or the way in which they love art, but for me it's largely an intellectual fascination and a desire to understand its inner workings, which is not how I feel about people I love, really.
Mm-hmm. But you would still say that you love art, or not?
Well, now I feel like you're asking me a trick question, because it really depends on what we mean by love, and if we want to be sort of like really descriptive about it, the word love just unfortunately is just a really vague word in the English language.
Mm-hmm. I see Leon is saying in the comments, so I'm not intellectually fascinating. But yeah, no, I mean, I do agree that love can be a bit vague in the way that people use it. And it may be that with someone who has the kinds of feelings that you do toward art, it might be a little more ambiguous whether a word like love is called for. And maybe love for art isn't even the best example. I suppose the best examples that I can think of are things like love for God or love for one's country. I think even if we did end up using a different word for those kinds of love, I think we would face the question of, like let's just say we call it blorf. I blorf my country so much, and that's just the kind of word that we use for the devotion to one's country, or I blorf God so much, and that's just the kind of word that we now use to refer to what people hitherto described as love for God. I think then the question we would immediately be driven to is like, okay, is blorf a form of love? And we would have various reasons for suspecting that it is, particularly if it's motivating similar actions. Like if someone who loves their country / blorfs their country is driven to be willing to die for their country. Like people are often willing to die for those that they love. If thoughts of their country, fill them with tears, if there's just this overwhelming sense of emotion, of wonder, of awe at their country, then it seems like maybe there's a certain parallel there in love for persons. And yeah, that's, to me, I guess the question I would immediately have is, like, regardless of what word we use for it, doesn't it seem like there are just various parallels in the experience that should make us suspect, perhaps these things can be accounted for as being a similar kind of thing, even if the targets are different?
Sure. I think I would prefer if we move on from this sort of somewhat semantic discussion for now and return to it later. I think and I think Chad is interested in moving on too. I see some comments that I would love the opportunity to address.
Oh, Like the one that says you're a real blore for X.
Oh yeah, sure.
So yeah, feel free to. I do think this is a good moment to pause for a bit before we move on to something else. So yeah, if there are any comments you'd like to start by addressing Tia, then feel free.
Well, actually, the comments. I think there are a couple of comments that are echoing one of my main arguments, I want to say. So if it's all the same to you, I would like the opportunity to maybe try going on attack for a change instead of defense.
Okay, sure, I'm ready for it. Yeah, let's hear it.
All right. So this just to wit, this is inspired a little by Magic's commenting that equally, I want to argue that there can be some argument made that love as the expression of appraisal of value fails to answer a situation in which the love itself is what causes a high appraisal. And this was a note that I made earlier during your opening statement when you described, the perception of value love. Basically, like I keep forgetting how it's supposed to be stated, but like to me it sounded a lot like you were trying to say, like saying that because you perceive someone very highly or positively, that in their value, that causes feelings of love, like manifesting in a desire to care for them and help ensure their happiness and things like that. And what I kind of wanted to say is that isn't there a possibility that the correlation happens in reverse, and that it's because we start loving someone for some other reason, perhaps, that we begin to perceive them highly and positively?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so yeah, this is a good question. What I would say is that my view is not so much that like there's a high appraisal and then that leads to love. Like the high appraisal comes first as maybe just this cognitive thing, this judgment or this belief, and then like only subsequent to that does one start having the kinds of feelings that I would identify as feelings of love. I would say instead my view is just that it's a positive appraisal of value, or a sufficiently strong positive value appraisal that is itself experienced emotionally. So these can be concurrent. It doesn't have to be the appraisal leading to the feelings. It can be them both happening at the same time. Now, as for the question of whether there are cases where love causes a high value appraisal, I do think that's an interesting way of putting pressure on the view, and we can try to think of some concrete cases that might fit that bill. My main question would be, for any such case, why does the person come to love the other in the first place? Because it seems that if it's not based on any properties of the beloved that the person is appraising highly, then I think we would face the pretty undesirable consequence that the love is just this arbitrary thing. And to me, it seems like even if there are cases of love like that, it almost seems we would want to say like those are somehow defective or deficient cases of love. Like those are not the sort of paradigm examples of love. So those are a few initial thoughts, but if you have thoughts on any like particular cases that come to mind, I'd be glad to hear them.
Let me just take a second to finish writing notes. Oh, sorry, I write pretty slow because of my carpal tunnel.
That's okay.
So, to the first part of your response, you said that you clarified that the perception of value and the feeling of love can very much be concurrent. It's not necessarily that one leads to the other. I think I'm just gonna say that I think that for better or worse, your phrasing of your philosophy answer led everyone to believe it was very much, one of those things leads to the other. So I guess it's good to know
maybe
that
so.
that's not the case.
Could you say how so? Like, was there any particular word or phrase that you think led to that impression?
Well, I mean, there's just sort of well, and there's just sort of the I don't know, the observational sense in that not just I, but everyone seemed to think that I think that that's sort of the more probably the default interpretation of it. But scrolling up to your comment again, maybe it's just the way that you put a positive value appraisal that's experienced emotionally in the first clause, and then comma, and then manifesting in feelings that implied sort of a causal relationship.
Oh, interesting. Whenever I read the word manifesting, I just view that as like takes the form of, instead of causing. But maybe people have different linguistic intuitions about this. But in any case, yeah, thanks for letting me know. Perhaps I will have to find an alternative phrasing of that in the future if it's confusing people.
Yeah, I can't blame you. Definitions are hard. I would know. I'm not too great at them either. But on to the second part of your question, your response, which was the question of why, you know, if love is not based on a perception of value, then where does the love, and if that's the sort of result of love, then where does the love come from to start with? Is the love arbitrary then, if it's not based on a perception of value? To explain that, I kind of want to turn to the part of the entry on love in the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, which you should be familiar with because you actually linked to it on one of your Substack articles, I believe. So I don't feel like I'm pulling a fast one on you. You know, here it says that you know, by contrast to have our as Vellman, following Kant, distinguishes dignity from price. By contrast, to have dignity is to have a value such that comparisons of relative value become meaningless. Material goods are normally understood to have prices, but we persons have dignity. No substitution of one person for another can preserve exactly the same value, for something of incomparable worth would be lost and gained in such a substitution. I guess it goes on to say that respect is just the required minimal response to the dignity of persons, and that love is similarly a response to the dignity of persons, and as such, it is the dignity of the object of our love that justifies that love. However, love and respect are different kinds of responses to the same value. Of course, we do not respond with love to the dignity of every person we meet, nor are we somehow required to. What then explains the selectivity of love? Why do I love some people and not others? The answer lies in the contingent fit between the way some people behaviorally express their dignity as persons and the way I happen to respond to those expressions by becoming emotionally vulnerable to them. The right sort of fit makes someone lovable by me, and my responding with love in these cases is a matter of my really seeing this person in a way that I fail to do with others who do not fit with me in this way. And although the parts I read out were found under this section of love as appraisal of value, maybe this is sort of just unique to me, but my interpretation of all of that is that it's actually contradicting the idea of love as an appraisal of value, where again, particularly when we're thinking of the word appraisal, I think of some sort of an objective assessment, like a cognitive assessment based on objective criteria, like when we're appraising diamonds to find the best diamond, or when we're judging a contest of like prize-winning vegetables. Those are all different kinds of appraisals involving like quantifiable, like quantifiable kinds of value that can be measured, and all of that. And to me, what this is saying is more that love, the feeling of love, as opposed to being based on objectivity, is actually subjective. It's relative from person to person, and that's why we love some people and not others, although we should of course respect the dignity of every person we meet, which is something that I agree with and spoke about recently in my stream about unconditional love, where romantic love to me seems to be sort of so what we're getting at here, where especially when it says that no substitution of one person for another can preserve exactly the same value, for something of incomparable worth would be lost and gained in such a substitution. I really like that, and for me that really gets at why we love others, and that it's something relative, and rather than objective, because and I can say more about so far I've been largely describing sort of what I think love is, and maybe I can go on to say more about why I think that this is an accurate description of what love is. And I want to say that or actually, maybe it would be better to give you a chance to respond if you would like to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so thanks for that, Tia. There's a lot going on there. I don't know if I'll be able to respond to all of the points, but I will try to at least raise a question about one of them. Yeah, I do find Valman's view very interesting, because on one hand, although it is technically this appraisal of value type view, it's not a version which says, oh, like only some people are going to have enough of the good qualities that merit love. It's just on Velleman's view, like everyone is going to have this sort of Kantian dignity, this rational agency, and he thinks that's what love is really a response to. And so, like, it's, yes, an appraisal of value view, but it turns out like everyone is worthy of love on his view. So that's just kind of a neat feature of it. And you're right that his reason for why we don't love everyone is that there's a sort of contingent fit between just our own emotional dispositions and the way that other people are. Certain qualities are going to make more of an impact on us, are going to help us to more naturally, as he puts it, arrest our emotional defenses in the presence of another person, to become more vulnerable to them and what happens to them. And that's just a matter of contingent human psychology on his view. But yeah, I think you said that this view seems to you to involve a contradiction, in that appraisal to you is something objective. It has to do with quantifiable kinds of value, whereas love is subjective. Yeah, I'm still not sure I fully see the contradiction. Couldn't it be that love is a subjective response to an objective value? Like, yes, as a matter of fact, every person does have this value inhering in them, and we might not necessarily recognize it for everyone, maybe, or at least not recognize it in the form of loving, you know, each person, but still you can recognize it for at least some people by loving them. What would be the problem with that kind of view?
I mean, if that's really what we're going with, then I think that might be the way or a way in which our views can be, you know, reconciled. If you know, if it is like you said, a perception, or maybe an even better word is a recognition of somebody's, you know, like I yeah, by subjective, I guess I'm really struggling to articulate exactly what I mean here, but it's like what I kind of mean is like it's like what you said. It's a sort of appeal that we recognize only for some people and not for others. Although everyone might have that appeal, like theoretically in someone else's eyes, not just, you know, not necessarily those of a particular individual. And I think if our views overlap there, then maybe you know, this part of the discussion will be over sooner than I thought. But I'm not sure that they do, based on some of the things that that you've written. Would you like to you know, move on to my thoughts on some of your writings, or
Sure, we can in just a second, but before we move on from this, there are two further points I want to make, not so much in response to you, or maybe just, you know, partly in response to you, but also in response to this comment that we started this particular thread with, when Magic said that perhaps there are cases where love is itself caused, is itself what causes a high appraisal rather than the reverse. And then below, Magic also makes what I think is the very fair point that defective love is still love. And so, yes, that was one point that kind of went through my head earlier as I was making my thought, as I was sort of expressing that thought about, well, isn't this at best a case of defective love? And yeah, I think that a fuller response would have to engage with this point of about, like, hey, if we're asking, like, what is love, then just pointing out that a certain kind of love is defective doesn't show that it's not nevertheless a form of love. There are two further things, though, that I can say to kind of, I guess, give a little more oomph to my original view here, which is that if somebody, like, if we just genuinely take a case where the claim is that love itself is what causes a high appraisal, then it would seem that for that kind of person, there's at least a stretch of time where they love a given person, but do not give that person a high appraisal of value. And I think if we ask about, like, what kind of state of mind that person would be in, then we get to some pretty bizarre results. Like, that person describing their state of mind at that moment would have to say, oh yeah, I love this person, but I don't perceive them as particularly valuable. You know, I don't think of them as particularly valuable, but I love them. I know, like, if I heard someone say that, my first question would be, wait, what? To me, that just, the fact that they don't think of that person as being particularly valuable or especially valuable, to me, that seems to undermine their claim that they, in fact, love that person. And so that, to me, seems to suggest that perhaps the high appraisal is really underlying the love and is not just sometimes an effect of it. Also, and this is the second point that I just want to raise here, I think that even the paradigm cases of love that, or love that just first takes the form of love before the high appraisal comes along, can be challenged. And here, the most paradigm case I could think of is parental love for a newborn child. People will often appeal to this and say, well, look, when a parent loves their newborn child, like, surely it's not because of any appraisal or evaluation of the child's properties. It's just the love comes first, and then the appraisal comes later. But I think there, the child's properties are still playing a role. At the very least, the property of being their child is playing a very large role in the love. Because if you were to tell the parents, like, if you presented them with their newborn child, or what they thought was their newborn child, and they had this just immense love for it, But then the nurse came in and said, wait, sorry, everybody, there's been a mix-up. Turns out this isn't your child. In fact, we got it mixed up with this other kid. Here is your real child. Well, then presumably the parents' love would transfer to this new child that they've been presented with. And so it seems to me that it's not just a case of bare love for this individual going on. It is in fact based on that individual's properties, and they are praising that individual's properties, at the very least the property of being their child, as being highly valuable to them.
I think that in order to respond to that sufficiently, I'm going to have to move on to one of my major arguments, and might take a while to articulate. I don't know if I'll do it well. It might not be apparent at first as to why this is relevant to what you just said, but I hope it'll become clear in time. And to start, at this point, I think it would be apt to address a couple of comments we've gotten in chat, including one by Mosey Master, which says that, do you think it could also be that the human condition is also wired for love due to not only our evolutionary social capacities, but also hormones like oxytocin that are innately a part of society? And what I would say to this is that I personally think that philosophers though we might be, I think any truly sort of elucidating discussions on the philosophy of love must nonetheless be grounded in empirical evidence and in some of the sciences such as psychology and like anthropology, in order to not just potentially be like a bunch of like just really off-base navel gazing that doesn't apply to like everyday life. And I think at this point I want to draw attention to the document that Estella from Karis's community put together recently on the neuropsychology of love, particularly romantic love, and how it's different from maybe other kinds of different stages of romantic love, and also how romantic love differs from for instance friendship. Did you have a chance to look it over, Axe?
I did.
Okay, and for anyone in chat right now who hasn't seen it, the document is available for download in the Venting Forum channel of the Library of Alexandria. I think most of you, I think at least half of you are on that server in case you wanted to follow along. This document outlines three sort of love-related systems. Systems meaning here, I guess, like neurological systems. The first is attachment, which is described as calm, safety, warmth, familiarity for the purpose of having long-term bonding to improve offspring survival rates, access resources, and communities. The second one is attraction, which is defined as obsession, energetic, electric feeling, getting the doki dokis for the purpose of mate selection to make the best offspring. And the third one is lust, which is physical attraction, heat, as a reproduction drive to actually make the offspring. And then Estella says, now we can actually connect how each type of love connects to these systems. Think of the systems as knobs that can be turned high, medium, low, or nothing/off. These knobs can be turned on together, in pairs, or isolated. They can also be independent by turning one knob up and not the others. These combos and the level of activation is what makes a type of love for another person. And she basically defines a long-term partner type of relationship as one in which the level of attachment is high, attraction is moderate to stable, and lust it can fluctuate but is usually present. Whereas a crush is a sort of a relationship where the attachment is low to growing, but attraction is very high. Includes electric shocks, dopamine fireworks, obsession, reward system, and the lust is variable from person to person. And I'm gonna move on to the part that I think is particularly relevant to this discussion. However, if the crush develops into a long-term relationship, attachment increases and the dopamine-driven symptoms decrease. Therefore, racing heartbeats and butterflies decrease, and instead is led by calmness, warmth, safety, and emotional grounding. So, for example, if someone you've been dating for 2 months walks into the room, your heart jumps, but when your partner of 10 years walks in, your body relaxes instead. This does not mean the love is gone. It means the attachment system takes the place of the attraction system. The knob for attachment is higher than the knob for attraction. And finally, a friend relationship is one in which attachment is high. Attraction is low to neutral. We're generally not, physically attracted to our friends, or else, they would probably be something other than friends, just friends to us. And then, lust is absent. So, are doki dokis an important or a necessary part of falling in love? Not really. They are one part of how love can begin, but it's not required to grow or last. Long-term love is built by safety and attachment, not butterflies. And after getting to read this document and sort of process it for a few days. And by the way, I thought it was incredibly very well written and very helpful. So kudos to Estella for taking the time to put together all of this, because this actually was in response to a question that I asked her about love, sort of in relation to this upcoming debate, and I didn't expect her to go so far out of her way to do all of this. But this was really nice, so thank you once again, Estella. What I want to say now is, when it comes to how this relates to our discussion, there's a reason that I at least try to define romantic love as an experience with one to whom you're emotionally attracted, because after having the chance to think about this and sit on this, it just seems to me that really is such an essential component of the romantic experience, and it really explains so much. And I would like the opportunity to explain why I think that is. But I also feel like I've been talking a while, so maybe I should give you a chance to respond.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, thanks for that, Tia. It's not clear to me that there's much here that I disagree with, although I would say if we're just talking about crushes as the state of low attachment, high attraction, perhaps also high lust, it's not clear to me that that's a form of love. At least I would not count that as a form of love. I would be more inclined to count it just as a form of infatuation or lust, and reserving the word love for more serious kinds of attractions. But I think that's a relatively minor disagreement. But yeah, when it comes to the deeper thing that I wanted to say about attachment and so on, I think, yeah, I would agree that factors like those are present in love. I suppose I would simply view them as the emotional manifestations of an appraisal of value.
Emotional manifestations. So, am I to understand that you're saying that the perception or recognition of value is concurrent with the attachment?
Yes.
Okay. And would your view be that those two things together is the definition of love for you and not just the attachment itself.
Wait, what are those two things?
The recognition of value and the attachment, not just, one or the other.
Oh, well, I'm not sure I view them as two distinct things, or at least not two fully distinct things. I think that when the recognition of value is itself experienced emotionally, that experience will manifest as attachment, or at least part of the manifestation of it will be that attachment. So for example, that sense of safety and warmth, I would view that as a recognition of how caring the other person is, or the fact that they're a good listener to you, a sort of emotional recognition of properties like that.
Do you think a fitting word here would be a subconscious recognition of value? To contrast with a conscious recognition of value, which is like looking at someone being like, yes, like this person is very kind and very excellent.
I don't know if I would say subconscious necessarily. It might not be the kind of thing that the person always puts explicitly, like in the form of words in their mind. But nevertheless, it does seem to me they can be consciously attending to it. They might be attending to, how safe they feel around the other person, or how, nice and warm they feel in the other person's presence.
All right. This time, I'm going to move on, and I would like to move on and take a look at your Substack article, "The Quality Theory of Love Deserves More Love." Are we ready for this?
I think so. That is a fantastic suggestion. And in fact, to mark the occasion, I am going to change the heading. Let's see.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Okay.
why should we love, maybe, would be one way of putting it. Or like, why, if at all, should we love? That's kind of long, so I'm just going to say, why should we love?
I would like to make a request that it should be should we love, because I don't think that those two questions can be answered completely independently of each other. I think they're very much sort of too interrelated for that.
Okay, fair enough. I will add a do and a slash, and now we are good to go.
Okay, great. So your article starts out. Would you like to paste the link in chat?
Yeah, no, I was just thinking that. Yeah, I'm gonna go and find the link right now.
So for those of you at home, Axe is about to paste the link of the article that I'm about to read out in chat, so you can follow along. You start out by with a heading, some questions about love. Here are two major philosophical questions about love. Why do we in fact love others? Is our love based on reasons? We might call this the descriptive question. And then, should love be based on reasons? Is love rendered fitting by being based on reasons? If so, what kinds of reasons? We might call all this the normative question. And you wanted to focus on the normative question, with your answer to it being the quality theory, which holds that love is made fitting by being in response to the beloved's good qualities. And then a little further down, you said, yet the quality theory, however initially plausible it might seem, soon comes face to face with several objections that many have found to be pressing but not outright decisive. And then in the next section, clones and improved copies, you went on to discuss in detail some thought experiments created by whom I believe to be your philosopher, Oshi, Mike Humor.
Well, you see, he's one of the philosophers living today that I have great respect for. Yeah.
All right. This is Axe's favorite, or at least one of his favorite philosophers. Mike Humor, and we're talking about now, and and you specify that granted, humor is addressing the descriptive question more so than the normative question. um, so, and sort of your post is more of a useful starting point rather than an outright disagreement with humor. And in his article, which by the way I have also read and have in front of me, it's the theory of love on his Substack blog, Fake New, and then you here's something okay, well actually how should I go about this part? Let me take a minute to think. Here are two. Yeah. Okay. So actually, you started out with discussing not all of the objections or the thought experiments that humor used, just like two of them at first, involving a thought experiment of like a clone, like of like you get cloned, and then when you get cloned, it like the clone is sort of exactly like you in in every way, in particular in like including in terms of value, you know and then does your wife, like still your I guess theoretical wife in this case, still love you, or and then or yeah, in sort of in a slightly revised version of this thought experiment, let's say the clone of you is made, but like the clone is somehow has been like slightly genetically altered so that it's not a perfect clone, but the clone is actually like even better than you in every way. And I know something that you pointed out is that the examples of improvements that humor used were sort of like superficial improvements, like having like better taste in shoes and shorter nose hair, which I don't think are the kinds of values that you're talking about, Axe. But maybe he just relied on those just for the sake of humor. But what I want to try to argue is that even if the clone like were better in terms of like let's say more substantial qualities, like being kinder and being a better listener, what I want to one of the challenges I want to make is that, first of all, would we be able to tell that the clone was better in these ways? Because I'm just like because I have I guess I feel like under your view that like I think your view was that if love for the clone is like just as fitting, if not maybe even more fitting than for the original partner, that I guess I have my doubts as to whether someone would fall in love with the clone. And for one thing, I'm just not sure if we would be able to tell so easily if the clone was indeed a kinder and better person than the original, because I think these things are really difficult to sort of quantify and to rate. Like we don't generally, most people don't generally like go around like thinking of these things like cognitively, like let me compare like like person A and person B, and which one is the more compassionate person. Like we generally don't do things like that. I think we experience people's positive qualities in a much more sort of intuitive and almost like automatic way. And but let's say and then you sort of expanded on humor's thought experiment with a fun addendum of your own, which is you like you get hooked up, or I guess it's the um yeah, like the clone, like I guess you get hooked up into a machine that lets you experience. I guess like this is now talking from the perspective of like the wife of the person who got cloned. Um, that's the wife like experienced like 10 years together with this clone. Um, and then the idea is after these 10 simulated years together, you would um you know you are like the clone's wonderful qualities would be demonstrated to you firsthand. And I'm just still not convinced that that would lead to love, and that's because I think love is based more on a a lived experience with a person to whom we are emotionally attached, or maybe in the beginning the experience can lead to growing levels of emotional attachment, rather than on a recognition of value. um, and I want to appeal to for example, when it comes to attachment, there are when it comes to the human sort of tendency to become attached to things, we can actually become attached to a lot of different kinds of things, not even just other people, but we can even become attached to objects, particularly in the case of children. And I think maybe if we define um, love as a form of attachment, it can become very much possible to just to describe or to explain why we love non-person things, such as our country and things like that. I think I certainly I think I have no trouble imagining that someone's affection and loyalty to their country as a form of emotional attachment to that country. Probably maybe having been born there and having lived there for a long time. That sounds right to me. um, and Another I think a very recognizable or iconic example of attachment is young children who get attached to security objects, such as their blankie or their stuffed animal. And they I think it's not unfitting to call these sorts of attachments, or to use the word love to describe them, even if the object of the love is not a living person. I think the emotion is very much the same, or at least similar. And now I want to talk about like the nature of this attachment, and how it is different from recognition of value. Let's say a child has a stuffed animal named Mr. Cuddles, and Mr. Cuddles is the favorite toy of the child for years and years and years. And as the child grows older and eventually becomes maybe like even an older child or an adult, Mr. Cuddles goes from being, brand new and clean, perfect condition, stuffy, to losing most of his fur and like his eyes, and he's got like rips and tears, and he just looks really beat up and looks nothing like how he used to at the very start. And I guess if we go with love as a recognition of value, to me that would imply that 10 years, 20 years on, Mr. Cuddles is now less deserving of love than he was at the start. and maybe he's even due to be replaced by a different animal, like, I don't know, Mr. Snuggles or something. However, what do you think would happen if you tried replacing Mr. Cuddles with a different animal, somebody else? Because what I think would happen is that there would be an immense resistance to the replacement, and if it indeed, came to pass, if like the mom was like, yeah, all right, Mr. Cuddles is just a piece of garbage now, I'm gonna throw him out, like tears and like heartbreak and grief would ensue. And why would that be the case if love was just based on a recognition of value? Like, let's say the mom like threw out the old Mr. Cuddles and then bought like Mr. Snuggles, which is just like a really similar stuffed animal and brand new condition. Like, if love is a recognition of value, shouldn't we be perfectly happy to love the new like stuffed animal that is just like objectively better than the old one by virtue of being in better condition? But I think most people in that scenario, certainly myself as a huge lover of stuffed animals, would be just beyond distraught at the loss of that one animal that I've had for years and years and years. I'm not embarrassed to attest to this by saying that, like, I have like cried, I have broken down in tears from losing animals before, and even if I could buy a new one that is just like just it's like brand new, it's nice and shiny and clean, it's better, but I want that one, I want my animal. And this is not just the way I feel about animals, it's the way I feel about people too, where I think now this is where now I want to bring in humor's other objections, and there's something you wrote here that I thought was rather peculiar. You wrote that humor brings up 5 objections, the first 3 of which seem to me the most serious and influential, so they'll be my focus here. And I thought this was peculiar because upon reading humor's original article myself, I had the exact opposite sort of I guess impression as you, where I thought that the last 2 objections were actually the most pertinent and maybe the strongest ones. So I'm going to address them now, and
well, but before you do,
right now I'm going to
so I just want to say, is it all right if I respond to the Mr. Cuddles example? Because I feel like it might take us quite far afield if we start talking about humor's other things, and maybe it would just help to kind of see if we can address this line of thought fully before moving on. Is that all right?
I think it won't take much longer. It's just really another example adding on to the Mr. Cuddles example.
All right, fair enough.
Here, I know I've been talking for a while. I'll try to wrap it up soon. So on Humor's page, his 4th objection he calls Harry and Sally. In When Harry Met Sally, Harry explains what he loves about Sally. I love that you get cold when it's 71 degrees out. I love that it takes you an hour and a half to order a sandwich. I love that you get a little crinkle above your nose when you're looking at me like I'm nuts. And Humor says, these don't appear to be particularly good qualities, nor are they plausible reasons to love a person. It is unlikely that were Sally to remain warm during 71-degree weather, Harry's love would diminish. And this is all to say that I think that when you become attached to someone, you begin noticing and loving all the things that make them them, which is to say that love is a subjective appreciation of a particular person, a particular individual whom you get attached to, and it doesn't necessarily all that much if like. Yeah, I'll just stick to like my personal examples to make this go by a bit quicker. For example, when I think of reasons why I love my husband, I personally really chafe at, focusing on things like, well, maybe he's kind, or he's strong, because I feel like that kind of implies that if I met someone who is, kinder or stronger, and maybe more conventionally attractive, because like the sort of the ugly truth is like, yes, like there's always someone better in at least one of those dimensions, like at like, individually, then I would just, replace my husband with a different husband. And that's not how I feel at all. Like, I don't care who else comes along for the rest of my life, but as long as my husband, doesn't betray me and keeps treating me well, that's the husband I want. I want that one. I don't want any other ones, no matter how more valuable they might seem, maybe to a third-party observer. I don't care. I want my Mr. Cuddles, and I want my husband because I am emotionally attached to them, to that particular individual. And it's not, and my husband is not the only person I feel this way about. There's this guy named Axaeon. I don't know if you've met him, but he's like my favorite indie VTuber, and I call him my Oshi. And he is like, how do I say this? If I were to start describing why I'm loyal to him, I'm not sure at this point that I would boil it down to just a list of his good qualities either, given that I've known him for more than 6 months now, and that might sound somewhat counterintuitive, but really, at this point, if I were to name the kinds of things that I like about him, I think I would mention maybe how he just has this just really funny, nerdy sounding chuckle, or the way that his eyes flutter around when he's trying to make a point, or how he just has this like professorial air that he never turns off, like even when nobody's paying him to teach, like every time, I'm not the only person that said this, but it sounds like every time you talk to him, it sounds like you're entering like his office hours, and all that, like none of that can be considered something that is sort of like objectively practical or value. They're pretty much akin to the Harry Met Sally examples of like, I love that it takes you an hour and a half to order a sandwich. And it seems to me that the explanation for that is rather than I guess my devotion being a recognition of value, it's more in attachment. Even if a similar yet better VTuber were to come along, whom I could support instead, I don't want to. This is my Oshi. I don't want a different one. That's how I feel.
Thank you, Tia. That was very nice of you to say all of that. So yeah, I guess I'll just have a few thoughts here that I would like to say in response. Why don't we start with the Mr. Cuddles example? Because it's a very good example, and I think that it calls to mind something that is very familiar to a lot of people. A lot of people have had stuffed animal experiences like this, and I can sympathize with it too. Like, I would not want to give up, my analog of Mr. Cuddles just for the sake of, one coming along who's like cleaner and newer. I can understand the attachment to one that's older, even if the older one is quite a bit tattered by now. What I would say about that case, like how I make sense of that case or cases like that in light of my view, is that I think that the love there that the child feels is still a recognition of value. It just attaches to different valuable properties than being clean or being new or being like the hottest product on the market right now. Instead, it's a recognition of valuable properties like being the one who's always been there for me, when I've needed a friend, when I've needed someone to cuddle with. So that one's it's a relational property, but still a property nevertheless. And I think that's what the child really cares about and is really recognizing as valuable in that emotional way. It's the comfort that Mr. Cuddles brings. And I think I would say something perhaps similar in some ways in the case of the Harry and Sally example. So first of all, I agree with humor, and also I think with you can tell me if I'm getting your view wrong, but when you quoted humor as saying, like, it seems like what Harry is saying is not true, at least not literally true. Maybe it's true in some metaphorical sense, but he doesn't literally love Sally for her getting like cold at 71 degrees and so on, because it just seems absurd to think that if those properties of her changed, like, he would stop loving her. And so if anything, his statement, just Harry's statement, that is, seems like a sort of hyperbole, perhaps a way of speaking that's technically untrue, or that's literally untrue, but that is nevertheless meant to express something deeper. And in this case, I think the deeper truth that he is expressing is that he cares about her so much, or loves her so much, that even properties of her that are not all that valuable, he has a certain fondness for. I do maintain that nevertheless, if we were to ask him, or like probe a little bit further, like, why did you fall in love with Sally in the first place, that at least if Harry is a psychologically normal and not just some bizarre individual, the reason why he came to love her is probably not going to be just random properties like these that don't seem to have any valence to them. Instead, it's probably going to be because of her good qualities. And even if they're not qualities that strike us as good, maybe they're at least qualities that Harry seems to be thinking of as good, or perceiving as good. And maybe that perception goes on to cause him to like her other properties. Like, that seems like a plausible thing. So yeah, I agree that can sometimes happen.
This is neither here nor there, but I actually feel kind of bad because I realized belatedly, I recalled belatedly that your name is also Harry, and so it made me even feel sort of some secondhand awkwardness. Like, I personally would feel a little awkward if the thought experiment was like, I don't know, so and so and Tia or something like that.
It's all right. I didn't feel too awkward about it. But I guess for our final thing, you mentioned me and then like little quirks that I have, and I'll try not to describe the example in too awkward a way. I'll try to keep it fairly objective sounding. But when you think about those quirks of me that you're fond of, whatever they are, like the professorial voice and all of that, doesn't it seem to you that there's that you're thinking of or perceiving those properties as valuable properties in some way, like valuable to you at least? Or does it just not feel that way when you introspect?
Valuable to me?
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Let me think on that. Perhaps in a certain sense, at least the sense that I think if for some reason those qualities were just sort of suddenly dropped from your person, it wouldn't feel like you anymore, and maybe I would be perhaps disappointed and less attached, since I've come to associate them with Mayoshi.
Mm-hmm. Okay. There's something else I can say on that if you want, but I don't know if you were finished. I don't want to interrupt.
Sure, you can go ahead.
Okay. Well, one way we could think of it is if somebody were to say to you, what do you value about Axaeon? And then you were to give a list of properties. My question would be, doesn't that by itself show that you're perceiving those properties as valuable?
That's a personal list. I wouldn't necessarily give that to a different person in order to convince them why they should start watching you, since like that, I have very little reason to just automatically believe that those would just appeal to anybody else on this earth besides me.
Well, okay, and they don't have to. So like, just imagine that maybe you think of the question, or maybe somebody writes the question and maybe you're not in a conversation with them, but you're just sort of on a walk and you sort of have the question brought into your mind one day and you think about it to yourself, okay, what do I value about Axaeon? I'm assuming, you could tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming there would be certain properties that would come to mind for you in response to that question. And so then my question would be, doesn't that suggest that like those are the properties, whatever they are, that you're recognizing as valuable?
They're not the properties. It's just really a tiny slice of the entire pie. In truth, there, I think, are no words in existence that could properly, I guess, encapsulate the, you know, the appreciation I have for my Yoshi. It's just not possible, and I think to even the attempt to do so, I dare say would be almost like blasphemous. Like to think that to even deign to try to just imagine that it would be a simple task to convey all of that concretely and consciously in mere words. I don't think it can be done.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's very kind of you to say. And that's also okay. And I think that fits with how I broadly think of things when it comes to love too, in that just because love, on my view, is a recognition of value, it doesn't have to be a recognition of all of someone's valuable properties. It might focus on just a few properties that they have. And the person might even recognize in some fainter sense or some purely cognitive sense, like, yeah, this person has additional, valuable properties, but like these are the ones that especially resonate with me. So I think, yeah, the cases of love can certainly be like that.
I guess I suppose to me, for me, when it comes to a recognition of value, it's still hard for me to sort of get away from the idea of just maybe this is just a limitation of my thinking and sort of my natural style of interpreting language. But for me, I personally just find it really hard to get away from the idea that like you're just rating somebody on like on how kind and stuff they are, which is perhaps that's just a quirk of mine, but do you think that maybe perhaps an even more fitting word then would be an awareness of value? Like you're just being aware of like the way in somebody is valuable to you?
I suppose that could work because on my view, awareness could take the form of emotions. Like maybe when it comes to appreciating the beauty of a painting, one's feeling overcome by this sense of aesthetic appreciation. That could just be the form that the awareness of the aesthetic value takes. And I think something similar could hold true for the value of a person, yeah.
Huh. I feel like I need a moment to gather my thoughts from here. But there have been a few comments in chat that I would like to acknowledge, if it's all right to take a moment to do that.
Sure.
I as someone who is the kind of person who gets attached to things very easily, I like Robo's comment here. For me, it's a 2016 Mustang. If someone messed with my Mustang, well, I don't know what I do. 7 years in my blood, sweat, and tears, not to mention the money. My Mr. Cuddles, I guess. I love that so much.
It is. You should name the car that, Robos.
Leon said, ah, ha, 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 it's your turn to be embarrassed. Ooh, this new comment. Axe has a way with words wrapped in the voice of a honey-covered angel. Did you see this one?
I did. That is very kind of you, Robo. Thank you so much. I had never thought of my voice in that way, but apparently it's the kind of voice that is soothing and can sometimes put people to sleep, so I suppose that's a talent I will have to explore sometime. But thank you, that does mean a lot.
By the way, that actually, when I was watching recently, the flesh tuber debate you had with Kyle York, I couldn't help but think to myself during it that, I mean, just your voice just stood out to me as you know, being a positive quality about you. Then I think you know, compared to your interlocutor, and I guess like. And I kind of want to say Emo Swollen, but like to be fair to him, I think he had like a potato quality microphone, so it was kind of hard to hear like what his voice is actually like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's. I don't remember much about the microphone quality, but I will take your word for it there. For anyone who's curious about what Tia's talking about, there was a debate that I took part in a while back. This was an IRL debate, so. Just know if you go to this link, you will see my IRL face. Oh no, the scandal. I've doxed myself. With Kyle York, who's another philosopher, and we were debating the moral status of monogamy. So that's what Tia is referring to there. I do think Kyle York has a nice voice. His voice is a bit deeper than mine. But yeah, it made for a fun, I guess, interplay of voices during the debate.
I was surprised by his voice actually, because the one photo of him you showed on stream that one time, I forgot which stream exactly, it made him look, I compared him to Dr. Evil, like it made him look kind of like sinister, but his voice, like once he starts speaking, he sounds like really harmless. I don't know what a better word is.
Oh yeah, no, he's a wonderful guy, very nice. So yeah, I'm happy to count him as one of my friends. On that note, there is something I can. Well, did you? I guess so. There was something else that I can think of to say on our sort of earlier track, and also partly as a way of moving on. But if you'd like to call out further comments, I realize there's been a lot that we haven't been able to respond to. Then I'm also happy to look at comments.
Yeah. No. Let me. Do you mind if I just take a moment to look over my notes?
Go right ahead.
I'm just checking to see. Sorry, my notes are completely disorganized. I didn't have time to organize them by category, so they're all like one big mash of indistinctive mash. I think most of my other points are sort of have to do more with our other planned major topic of discussion for today. Let me see if there's anything left regarding sort of, you know, why do/should we love.
Okay.
Just to make sure I have no regrets.
While you're reviewing that, Leon has a comment here. While Tia's reviewing her notes, Axaeon, what are some good qualities of Tia's? So perhaps I can respond to this if it won't make you feel too embarrassed or too flustered.
Oh, sure. Yeah, let's hear it.
So I think that you have a very firm and very passionate sense of justice, and that comes through clearly in all of the streams that you do on philosophy. And it's not something everyone has. I think sometimes people can be a little more indifferent to it, or they might recognize it purely on an intellectual level, that things like justice and compassion matter, but you seem to have a full emotional recognition of it. And I think that speaks to how strong your moral sense is, and that I think is a very good quality of yours. Another good quality, of course, is your artistic sense. I think that the fact that you design your own VTuber model, both the drawing and the rigging, and that you make your own stream assets. That is something that I think is really neat for a person to be able to do, especially someone like a VTuber, just the creative control that it gives them over their stream and the branding and the art direction that they want for the world that they present. So those are two qualities that come to mind that I think are very, very cool.
Axe, not to sound greedy, but honestly, for the reasons that I've stated previously in this discussion, believe it or not, I feel like it might actually be more meaningful to me if you were to list anything about me that you like that is useless on a practical level, in the vein of the Harry Met Sally example, or the things I listed off about my Yoshi earlier.
Okay. Yeah. What qualities of Tia are useless, I guess, is the question I'm thinking of right now. I like that you have a mascot that apparently doesn't do that much. It just like flies around and is cute. If I remember correctly. The butterfly thing.
Hey! No, that means you haven't been watching enough of my streams, because that you haven't seen Butterfly carry around my microphone stand for me. Butterfly is my stagehand.
Oh, okay, but come on. I'm just thinking of how you said he has like the intelligence of like a 7-year-old, and maybe that's gonna come with certain limitations and what he can do. But I guess he can carry microphone stands, and that's good.
I mean, even with the intellect of a seven-year-old, I feel like Butterfly is probably the most intellectually advanced out of the trio of Butterfly, Parrot, and Utility Kun, because I think of Utility Kun as just having like being like a teething toddler, like he's just motivated purely by the instinct to eat, and it's all of it is completely like amoral to him. Like he doesn't think of to himself like, is it right for me to eat things, I try to eat people. Like he just enjoys eating and is a completely just instinct driven creature, like on the level of like a toddler. And then Parrot just repeats things that other people say and does not possess any other intellectual capabilities. So I feel like even with the intelligence of a 7-year-old, Butterfly's the winner there.
Yeah, that seems fair. The other mascots, such as they are even lower down on the scale of intellect.
I guess one note that I could add regarding this, my argument that love is rooted in attachment, which is sort of like a very evolutionary psychology based view, is and it's just this is sort of just almost an idea that came to me spontaneously earlier today, but considering that we're both VTubers, I thought it would be really interesting to posit it here. So I wonder if I don't know if you, Axe, or anyone else here recalls, but relatively recently, Karis Euphranor spoke on stream about a little bit about his thoughts on the philosophy of VTubing, including one question that he found himself very fascinated by, which is the question of like, why do people why do VTuber graduations have such a massive emotional impact on people? Like, what is it about the phenomenon of VTubers that causes this, where the VTuber is, apparently seen as a distinct figure from that person's sort of, flesh actor or any other characters, even any other characters that VTuber might reincarnate as in the future? Why do they still continue missing their Oshi? And I feel like a compelling explanation for this could be the that this detail of psychological attachment where people like fans, viewers become, emotionally attached to their oshi, which includes that particular oshi's, model and look and image, and maybe like their lore, maybe their particular history, if they've been part of like an agency, lots of little things about them that are not replicated if they reincarnate as a totally different VTuber or just stream with with a face cam. I feel like that could explain it, and to me that seems like a sort of a fitting explanation, one that makes the phenomenon of sort of having an oshi seem like something that is emotionally like noble, because because then the sadness of seeing your oshi go would be akin to having your stuffed animal thrown out. I think that's something that is truly sad and not just laughable or trivial.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, sorry, did you want to continue from there?
Oh no, that was supposed to be the end.
Okay. It was the thought that that example is maybe in tension with some aspects of the view of love as a recognition of value?
I think it's a further example of why love is possibly an experience of being with someone you're emotionally attached to. I guess right now what we're trying to figure out is whether that can be reconciled with love as an awareness of value, and if so, how, and to what degree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I know there are a few things I would say about the Oshi example. I think that a feeling of sadness on seeing one's Oshi graduate is very natural, and to me, what that feeling reflects, because I do think sadness is one of the ways that love can manifest when someone one loves has to go away. I think that what that reflects is an awareness of certain valuable properties in the Oshi. So it could be, for example, if one is really a fan of that Oshi's particular model, maybe one finds it very aesthetically appealing, and one recognizes that, like, hey, even if the IRL person behind this model comes back with another one later, it's not going to be the same model. Like, this model of theirs is going to go by the wayside. And I think there's a certain sadness in recognizing that, hey, that valuable property is no longer going to be a part of this person's streaming. I think likewise for various aspects of the world building, like their lore is going to change, even if they come back as another VTuber. And especially if one spent a lot of time getting invested in the lore and finds it just a really compelling story, a really compelling world to imagine. Yeah, those all to me seem like valuable properties that one's emotions are sort of manifesting the recognition of.
I feel like I can see now through more and more repeated examples what exactly it is you mean by like an awareness of value, because for me, I believe I've told you this before, but I'm the kind of person who learns best through examples, and yeah, and so I feel like now it's clearer than ever what you mean by that. I don't think it was quite so clear at the start. And I can maybe see why you favor this definition, since it very effectively encompasses, again, our maybe our sense of positivity towards non-living things such as art and paintings and things like that. Let me think here for a second. I think maybe I feel for now that it may be most efficient to leave this part of the discussion here for now and move on to the next section.
That sounds good to me. And I believe you wanted to talk about my views on monogamy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then let's do it. Here we go. The moral status of monogamy. Or actually, that's getting a bit big. Maybe I'll make it a little bit smaller. Okay, perfect. So, would you like to do this in the following way, Tia? If you'd like, I could give just a brief statement of my view for anyone who isn't familiar with it, and then I take it your view is going to be largely a response. Does that sound good?
Yeah, that sounds ideal.
Okay. So for anyone who's not familiar, and I did give a stream on this a while back, so you can go there for more details if you would like to see in a little more detail just, how I think of this topic. But for now, just to put it in a nutshell, my view is that we morally ought to refrain from monogamy, that being non-monogamous is something that we morally ought to do, or that is at the very least morally superior to monogamy. And this is a claim that strikes many people as very surprising, because even if we think that non-monogamy is morally permissible, most people would not go on to say that non-monogamy is morally superior. But I think that it is. So there's the link to that stream that I just mentioned. And the reason really goes back to an analogy with friendship. So I like to imagine a case of a couple that is a couple who's romantically involved, but let's just suppose that they're also friends. Whether that's because you think being someone's romantic partner kind of includes being their friend, like in the sense that people sometimes say, oh, like I'm married to my best friend, or if the friendship is something extra, it doesn't really matter for our purposes. But suppose that this couple has an unusual restriction. They each make clear to the other that if you make any additional friends, any friends other than me, then that's it, I'm done. We will end the relationship. I will not be willing to support it if you make any additional friends. And I think we could ask, like, okay, what is the moral status of that kind of restriction? And at least to me, I know not everyone might have this intuition, but many people do, including myself, there does seem to be something morally troubling about the unwillingness to accept it if one's partner were to make an additional friend. And if we ask what reason there might be why it's morally troubling or morally problematic, I think the reason is that friendship is an important human good. It's something that enriches our lives in various ways through the good times spent with friends and the ways that friends help us learn about each other, learn about ourselves, the emotional support that they give. And so wanting your partner to not have additional friends just seems very contrary to love. And love should lead you to be open to your partner having additional friends, and should even lead you to celebrate it when your partner makes an additional friend. Okay, so far so good. But it also seems to me, and this is where we get to monogamy, that romantic and sexual relationships are likewise something good. They're something that tend to enrich our lives through the good time spent with our partners and the emotional support and the various positive experiences that partners have with each other. And to me, that raises the question of, okay, if romantic and sexual relationships really are good for us in these ways, why would you want to restrict your partner from having more of them, as one does in monogamy? Isn't this restriction on having additional relationships something that calls out for justification on pain of being contrary to love, much in the way that the restriction on forming additional friendships is contrary to love? Now, in response to that, people will posit various justifications of monogamy, like, maybe monogamy is more practical than non-monogamy, maybe monogamy is better for raising children, maybe monogamy helps with jealousy. My view is that when we look closely at all of those defenses, we find that none of them stand up to scrutiny. They all fail. And so that is why I think that at the end of the day, it turns out monogamy is morally impermissible, and as a matter of acting in a way that is consonant with love for our partner, we ought to be open to letting them have additional relationships. So that's my view in a nutshell, and I suppose now we're going to hear from Tia on her take on all of that.
um, Thanks for that, Ax. I feel like I want to provide some context here when it comes to your sort of journey as a person espousing this view of non-monogamy as the superior choice, so to speak. Even if it's your story, and since you didn't mention it, I just think it's just interesting enough to give a recap of here. I feel like this has sort of been kind of like the issue that Axe's professional career has sort of revolved around, particularly prior to his becoming a VTuber. At least that's sort of what I gather. He published a paper called "Is Monogamy Morally Permissible?" In 2018, so quite a long while ago, and it's I think got quite a bit of attention and probably made quite a few people angry and confused. And I think one of those people was this other philosopher named Kyle York, whom I have previously mentioned as looking a little like Dr. Evil from a certain angle, and he wrote a paper. Defending monogamy, like responding to Axe's paper, and then like Axe wrote another article responding to that one, and then Kyle York submitted yet another paper, which is like the fourth paper now, responding to Axe's second paper, and then this other guy named Amos Woolen, who looks a lot like Ezra Koenig from Vampire Weekend, hosted a YouTube debate between Axe, as his real life alter ego, and Kyle York. I think this was like 2 years ago, and where they debated the moral status of monogamy. I guess sort of face to face in the digital sense, which is I presume over like a Zoom call. And then let's say I watched that debate recently, actually, in preparation for tonight, because Axe sent me the link to it a while back, and I just wanted to say that I like this idea of just your having like a monogamy like rival, there's just something about that that's just so just funny and entertaining. It's like simultaneously like dramatic, but also like kind of wholesome in a way. And I don't think I'm the only one that feels this way, and I hope I hope this is okay. But I've been looking at Amos Woolen's Substack blog, Going AWOL, and he wrote an article called "In Defense of Being Monogamous," through which I think he sort of like jumped into the debate between yourself and Kyle York, and it's like a paid article, so I can't access all of it. But that's okay, because I feel like the introduction is probably would be my favorite part, regardless. I'm gonna read it out to everyone because I find it so funny. This Valentine's Day, like never before. This was from last year, exactly 1 year ago. This Valentine's Day, like never before, monogamy is on the defensive. Philosopher and Substacker Harry Chalmers has been churning out a series of tightly argued essays, such as "Is Monogamy Morally Permissible? Monogamy Unredeemed?", where he argues that monogamous relationships are immoral and we try to be either single or poly. And then Chalmers' arch nemesis Kyle York has been clapping back in print why monogamy is morally permissible, a couple of reasons in favor of monogamy, and their academic duel shows no signs of stopping. 2 years ago, I hosted these lovebirds on my channel for a spicy and passionate debate on the ethics of monogamy. At one point, they went crazy and just started yelling and swearing and throwing food at each other. Shit was wild. Regardless of whether that is true, the debate is a great listen, and I recommend it to all who give a flip. I just couldn't stop laughing when I saw that.
Yeah, when Kyle York and I go at it, yeah, it gets crazy. But sorry for anyone who had to see that, by the way.
It's like, yeah, it's like the two of you go like Super Saiyan, like the terrain itself gets like reshaped.
Yeah, something like that, pretty much.
But yeah, when it comes to my view on all of this, so I did have an actual purpose to in bringing up your debate with Kyle York, because I haven't read his papers, but I've sort of I have had exposure to some of his arguments through the debate, and I want to point out that I don't think that the arguments that he chose in your debate really got to the heart of the reasons, as to which I would defend monogamy. And this isn't this isn't meant to like I'm to sort of like throw shade on Kyle York, but I just it did feel a bit like maybe he felt coerced into picking some of those points. I recall by his own admission, his saying that, I don't think these are even like the strongest, arguments like against non-monogamy. It's just sort of maybe since they're the ones that you focused on in your papers, that he felt maybe pressured into representing them. But when it comes to my arguments, first I'd like to say that I'm afraid that I have a lot of points here, and I haven't really had the chance to sort of compress and boil them down into really digestible core arguments. So this might all come out as some kind of unstructured mess, unfortunately. But let me take a minute to think of where and how to start. I think that maybe I should start with talking about how I mean, I feel like the very core of your argument, for non-monogamy or against monogamy, is the premise that because romantic relationships and friendships are essentially equivalent in value or in kind, that likewise, because placing restrictions on friendship would be widely considered immoral, it is also immoral to place restrictions on romantic partners, unless there is some sort of morally relevant difference between the two kinds of restriction. And you can broadly speaking, there are two ways in which you could try to find a morally relevant difference, which is finding arguments as to why it is like bad. It is bad to restrict somebody's friends in a way that it isn't bad to restrict someone's romantic partners, or to argue that romantic restrictions have like good making features that platonic restrictions lack. And I guess where maybe I should first say that my argument against yours is not like a strong argument in the sense of like I'm saying like no, monogamy is actually morally superior and like non-monogamy is immoral. That's not the kind of argument I want to make. I just want to say my interest is more defending monogamy as a preference, insofar that I think you've in your I think in your arguments in both of your papers, which I've read, I can't help but feel that you've maybe misunderstood or mischaracterized why the good making features of monogamy. Why I think monogamy has still has value and appeal, even with the possibility of consensual non-monogamy as an option. Maybe I'll pause there.
Okay. One clarification I would like to make is about the claim or the suggestion that the argument starts from the claim that romantic relationships and friendships are essentially equivalent in kind. In that sense, it's immoral to restrict friendships without justification. It's also immoral to restrict romantic relationships for your partner unless there's good justification. I wouldn't say that the argument relies on the premise that romantic relationships and friendships are essentially equivalent in kind. I think all it relies on is that romantic relationships and friendships share a property, which is the property of being an important human good, something that seems to enrich our lives. I think as long as we acknowledge that they have that property, that seems to me like enough to get the rest of the argument off the ground. The reason I make that clarification is just that seems to me like a much easier to accept premise for a lot of people than the premise that the more extreme claim that they're equivalent in kind.
All right. Yeah, sorry if that's sort of just me clumsily misrepresenting your point of view. I think that is an important point to clarify.
But yeah, I'd be glad to hear what you feel about the good-making features of monogamy.
Yeah. So, I guess when you describe both, friendships and romantic relationships as important human goods, I guess, or more broadly, when you describe love as an important human good, already, I actually find myself objecting to the description of love as a good. Because to me, that's sort of equating it or attributing its value, its worth to it's being some sort of like product or commodity. And that's my understanding of the word good as a noun. And I don't see. I guess I have troubles being sympathetic to that view. This is where I would like to describe love as more of an experience, in it, as that contrast to a good or a commodity, because goods are something that, generally speaking, the more you have of that thing, the better off you are. So its value in like scales linearly with its quantity, and I just don't think that's sort of how love operates. I think that love is something that's more how do I describe this? It's more in experience, and the value is once again, I think it's something that is sorry, I'm just struggling with trying to explain myself here. I think what sort of experience is maybe counts as love is something that's relative, from person to person and couple to couple. Um, and so already I find myself objecting to the description of love as an important human good, because to me that carries the assumption that its value just scales linearly, and we know that there are some things some things in life where that doesn't apply, where it doesn't get better the more of it you have. And I think this is a property that we can find when it comes to a lot of different kinds of human experiences, such as, let's say, I want to now compare maybe like non-monogamy, that is sort of the experience of having multiple partners, is a bit like going to a house party, whereas a monogamous relationship is more akin to enjoying, like, I don't know, a quiet moonlit walk on the beach. And here I feel like it would be quite mistaken to assume that the house party, having more people there, would automatically more fun, more valuable, more worthwhile than the moonlit walk shared shared by two people, or maybe even just with you yourself and nobody else. It seems to me that most people would recognize that both experiences could be equally valuable, or that the value could be very much relative to the individual person with their particular preferences and all of that. Such as an extrovert might be more sympathetic, might be more drawn to the house party, whereas an introvert might be more likely drawn to the quiet moonlit walk. And I think here it would be sort of it would seem sort of me silly to prescribe a norm saying that if you don't want to go to the party, that's something immoral, or that if one member of a couple insists on the moonlit walk instead of going to the party, that this is somehow immoral. And I think what I'm getting at here. So I do have many other points, but maybe I'll start with that.
Okay. So I'd like to make 2 points in response, and one of them is thank you for your description of the sense in which love is good, and that perhaps its goodness is best understood not as a commodity. I'd like to say that I agree with that, and in that part of the paper I didn't mean to suggest that its value should be understood on the model of a commodity. All that part of the paper meant in calling love, or I think it's in that part of the paper I apply it to relationships, like romantic relationships and friendships. I say these are both important human goods, though perhaps that implies that love is also an important human good. I could see one making that argument, but in any case, all that I meant by that was just that these are things that make our lives go better. Like, these are good for us. It's good for us to have loving relationships. It's good for us to have friendships. And then the second thing so anyway, my hope is that just keeping that clarification in mind might help address the first sort of concern that you had. And again, it's a claim that I agree with, that love is not best understood as a commodity. Then the second claim that I wanted to touch on is about this analogy of going to a house party versus taking a quiet moonlit walk on a beach. There is something about this example that I really like, because I myself am more of a moonlit walk on the beach type guy than a house party guy. So on that level, at least, the example resonates with me. And I do agree, having like being in a relationship with more people does not necessarily mean that your life is going to go better. Like, that all seems perfectly true. What I would say is, and this is particularly in your response to the claim that it would be silly to say that it's immoral not to go to the party. I agree that that would be a silly claim. What I see going to the party as being analogous to is not so much being non-monogamous, but having multiple partners oneself. And I think there is an important difference between those. Because just because a person is non-monogamous does not mean that they're going to have multiple partners. You could be monogamous and just have one partner at a given time. For that matter, you could even be non-monogamous and be single. I think what non-monogamy is ultimately about is not like how many partners does a person happen to have at a given moment. It's more about, are they placing restrictions on their partner when it comes to how many people their partner can be in a relationship with. I think that if we were to make the analogy truly analogous to monogamy and non-monogamy, it's less like choosing to go to a house party or taking a quiet moonlight walk on the beach, and more like saying to your partner, you can't go to the house party where our relationship is through. Like, you have to just stick to quiet moonlit walks on the beach. And when we think of it in those terms, it does seem to me that that brings up the morally troubling aspect, that there are these restrictions being placed on each other and an absence of openness to one's partners, having additional partners, or to one's partner taking going to a house party, like even if that's what one's partner wants. So that's how I would think of the analogy anyway.
All right. Believe it or not, I would like to try to argue for why I believe such restrictions can be justified, although I wouldn't really call them restrictions or perhaps frame them as restrictions to start with. I feel like that's maybe a certain a mistaken form of framing that sort of it sort of like taints the ensuing discussion. And what I want to argue is, maybe not the very first time that you've encountered this argument, but I have a feeling that you've never encountered any, very strong arguments in favor of this possibility. I'll feel free to correct me though if that turns out to be not the case. But for my part, I strongly suspect that the preference for monogamy is actually some sort of like it's an inborn preference or instinct akin to one's I guess sexual orientation or many other sorts of inborn orientations, such as one's I don't know what the term for it is, but like sort of sexual I don't know, like intensity or openness, like the spectrum, like on which like one is like either like the spectrum that ranges sort of like from like asexuality to like hypersexuality, like things like that are as far as we know, like there are many different kinds of those sort of inborn like orientations, such that it seems entirely plausible to me that the sort of inclination towards either monogamy or non-monogamy is one of those things too. I think it is would be like very premature to conclude with certainty that it's not, and I think that one argument, I think that there are a few empirical arguments that sort of favor this view, and one is the fact that there are examples of pair bonding in the animal kingdom, which is to say that there is sort of an evolutionary precedent for this sort of preference or behavior, and that it's not merely it's not clear to me that it's just purely a matter of this is a cultural construct that we've come up with, and it is totally arbitrary. There's also the fact that I think that thinking of the life that I have lived, and as well as other people, especially other couples that I've observed, there's just such a large incidence out there of happy and content, like monogamous couples out there, that it doesn't seem it doesn't seem clear to me that a non-monogamous relationship would be just like a straight upgrade to from a monogamous relationship. Like there are, I can think of a lot of people whom just I would have a lot of difficulty imagining these people being in a non-monogamous relationship with multiple partners. It just, they just don't need it. They're just it just wouldn't really suit them at all. I guess what I can say is that, what else I can say is that, because I feel like there's just one more part to this that I should make sure not to forget. I feel like there was another part to this, but I guess like if the preference for monogamy, turns out to be like really that kind of just a natural orientation, then is it still, fitting to say that non-monogamy is just straight up better, as opposed to saying that, well, it's just something that varies from individual to individual. Maybe I can stop there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, thanks for that, Tia. I think that this is an interesting point, and I can see how one pushing this point might use it to put pressure on my argument, because if my claim is really going to be, hey, people ought to be non-monogamous, you might think of this point that you've been raising as a challenge to that, by way of challenging whether people can be non-monogamous, or at least whether they can be non-monogamous without denying some innate and unchangeable orientation that they have, such that it just leads them to misery. So certainly if that's the case, then that's going to pose a pretty big problem for the view that monogamy is morally impermissible. I would say a few things in response to it. One of them is that, just on the thought, or on the question of like, is being drawn to monogamy like one's sexual orientation? Is it this innate, unchangeable aspect of oneself that one is simply saddled with, and there's no realistic way one can alter it? And I don't think that it is, or at least I think there's significant evidence that it's not like that it's not like being heterosexual or being gay or being bisexual or anything like that. And one reason that comes to mind is that in response to arguments like the one that I've made, arguments that criticize monogamy, the response that people give, the response that very committed defenders of monogamy give, involves giving lots of reasons, or at least putative reasons for monogamy. Reasons like, well, isn't monogamy more practical? Isn't monogamy better for raising children? Doesn't monogamy help with jealousy? Doesn't monogamy preserve a sense of specialness in the relationship? And I think the very fact that there's all of this reason-giving discourse in response to objections to monogamy suggests that it's not ultimately this bare orientation or instinct that people have. Because if it were, then I think instead the response would be, hey, like, this guy's criticizing this orientation that I have. How dare he criticize my orientation? It's very significant, I think, that in all of the criticism that I've encountered for this argument on the internet over the years, I don't think I've even once seen anyone put the criticism in terms of how dare this guy criticize my orientation. Instead, the criticism has been, hey, is this guy stupid? How does he not see all of the good-making features of monogamy? And that's just not how anyone would respond to criticism of a sexual orientation. Like if I were criticizing being gay, if I were arguing that it's immoral to be gay, the response there would most likely not take the form of like, hey, here are all these good things about being gay. The response would be, look, this is just an orientation that people have that's innate, it's unchangeable, you can't do anything about it. So given that difference in the kinds of discourse about those two things, I think that does suggest that monogamy isn't just an orientation. I think that it is something that's a product of people's values. It comes from people's ways of thinking about things, and that by adopting different ways of thinking, people can become more drawn to things like non-monogamy. You brought up the example of pair bonding in the animal kingdom. And yes, I think that's a fine point to raise as far as it goes. I suppose there are different ways we might view a term like pair bonding. If we're just viewing it as sort of cohabitating with another member of one species and like raising children together and feeling an emotional bond, all of that's fine. And I think that that can happen in humans too. The point I would raise just about non-monogamous relationships is that pair bonding in that sense doesn't have to be just for one other individual at a time. You can have multiple pair bonds going on at once. And true, some species, other species are socially monogamous, but really not many when you look at some of the stats. Fewer than 10% of mammalian species are classified as socially monogamous, and only about a third of primate species are socially monogamous. And that, by the way, the portion of primate species that are socially monogamous does not include chimpanzees or bonobos, which are our closest genetic relatives. Chimpanzees and bonobos are quite promiscuous. So in light of just the biological data there, of course you could say maybe humans are different, and perhaps we are, but it does seem to me there's at least some reason for suspecting that monogamy is not so deeply hardwired into our nature. And for a final point that I'll raise here before I give you a chance to respond is about the last thing you said, when you said that there are lots of monogamous couples who seem very happy, who seem very content, and that it's just not clear to them that non-monogamy would be an upgrade, like that they would be any happier if they were dating multiple people. And I agree with that there are plenty of couples who are monogamous and who are very happy, very content with their relationships. And so my advice for any given couple who's monogamous is not so much that they start dating multiple partners. Like, it can be perfectly fine for them to just continue dating each other if that is genuinely what their preference is. What I would nevertheless counsel them to do is to at least have the openness to dating multiple partners, even if not for themselves, then at least for their partner. That is, to have the disposition that if their partner becomes interested in dating someone else, then it would be the disposition to be open to that, to support their partner in that. I think that that disposition is valuable because it seems to me that that is more consonant with love than having the lack of openness or having the restriction to that very possibility.
All right, I'm just finishing my notes here. On your earlier point about what was it? That I guess the defenders of monogamy, in your experience, will sort of I guess tend to turn to certain just certain common arguments. I guess what I would say to that is that I just am not convinced that any of those arguments are mutually exclusive, with the possibility that it is also a matter of a natural orientation. I am reminded of a certain point made in a Philosophy Tube video. Unfortunately, it's been a really long while and I'm struggling with sort of recalling the exact wording of the point. But the point is to say, like, the point, if I can maybe give perhaps a very shoddy explanation, it was basically like, on the planet or Earth, like in that we all know, we've decided that our go-to defense, our go-to sort of defense for homosexuality is just to say, like, generally we will cite the fact that it's just a natural, preference. People are born that way, they can't help it. But Abigail Thorne wants us to imagine that maybe in a parallel universe version of Earth, that there is still a stigma against homophobia, but the justification is the sort of the culturally popular justification for homosexuality is like something completely different. And unfortunately, yeah, it's been like years, so I can't remember the broader context of the video, but I feel like that something about that applies here, and hopefully everyone, hopefully you all can see how. But it is entirely possible to me that many monogamous people have that as a natural preference. It's just they're not using that argument because that hasn't become like a culturally mainstream way of responding. The notion of that being an orientation has not become sort of widespread knowledge, and that's why people are not invoking that argument. It's not that that doesn't apply to them, it's just that they're not aware that this is a characteristic of theirs. And I think one thing that points to this possibility is, correct me if I'm wrong, but I have I have this thought that maybe the people that you've the kinds of people that you speak of having encountered are maybe ones who skew older and are more likely to respond to any suggestions of non-monogamy with a kind of a very confident moral disgust. We've spoken a little bit about this previously. And this disgust, I think, lies largely in a culture-wide stigma against non-monogamy. But as sort of someone who's like a zillennial, what I found in my experiences talking with younger people, and maybe you as well, if you can recall some of your conversations with people from the maybe basically Gen Z, that young people, broadly speaking, are much more tolerant and accepting of non-monogamy as sort of a possibility, and where there's much less disgust and stigma against the idea of non-monogamy. But having said that, it's not that everyone from Gen Z has suddenly become like non-monogamous on principle. Most members of Gen Z are still monogamous, and my experience is that when you broach them why this is like, the answer is basically just this is my preference, this is what makes me happy. So maybe when it comes to the arguments that you've heard from people, that it's really more a function of sort of culture and generational differences, rather than like that is like that we should just take their arguments at face value, because no offense to like people at large, but like I just don't think most people are not philosophers. Like I don't think most people are that like self-aware and really able to articulate their intuitions like well. I think that we've come across this before, where there was another topic that we debated relatively recently. I won't name what it was, what the topic was, but I made my case in a very impassioned manner, and at the very end of it all, you complimented me for actually making my case better than it sounds like anyone you ever encountered in grad school, and these are your, professional philosopher peers you're talking about. So it's just very possible that, just because all the arguments you've heard so far go one way, that like none of like they just don't really capture the heart of why something is the way it is. They're just more really sort of ineffective, almost kind of like reverse rationalizations.
Okay. So thanks for that. Is that something you wanted me to respond to now, or did you want to make any other points before I say something?
I suppose you could respond to that now while I think of my response to the next part of your previous response.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if there's such a generational difference. I think Kyle York is roughly my age, maybe a little bit younger. I know Amos Roland's Gen Z. Some other people I've written in response to on this topic are Gen Z, and that includes also just general, Reddit threads and things like that, where probably it's a pretty wide age range being represented. But yeah, on the possibility of, okay, yeah, maybe people have this orientation for monogamy, but I think one thing you said is they just might not know they have it. I do acknowledge that's a possibility. I can't rule that out. Nevertheless, it just does seem strange to me to think that that would be the case. I think generally when it comes to our orientations, the orientations that are just natural and innate to us, we generally know that we have them. Like, for example, my orientation of being straight, or even if there are orientations of that are for other things, like going outside the example of sexual orientation, we can say like my orientation toward liking discussions, liking, things like studying and reading. I think that it's fair to say that's just a pretty natural part of me, and like that's something that I'm very aware of. And likewise for, I think, pretty much any other example of an orientation that one could give. It does seem to me really strange to think that if people really did have this natural, unchangeable orientation toward being monogamous, that they would not use it in arguments responding to criticisms of monogamy more often than they in fact do. I think the very fact that people, when they're thinking about, okay, like, why am I monogamous? Like, how am I going to respond to this argument? I think the very fact that they immediately, at least in most cases, seem to rely on all these reasons, all these potential good-making features of monogamy, it seems that their attraction to monogamy is very cognitively mediated in a way that I think orientations generally are not. Like being straight or being gay, it's not the kind of thing that you have to really think about to realize that you're attracted to a given sex over the other. It's just this bare fact that you find about yourself. Monogamy just, to me, seems very different in that people do have all kinds of thoughts about why monogamy is good, and the fact that they seem to really focus on these in response to challenges to monogamy, I do think that that's telling. Of course, though, again, I can't rule it out with 100% certainty what you're saying. It's just to me that the evidence seems to suggest that it's probably not an orientation.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't think that we can entirely rule it out either. I guess what I want to say is, there's a point that just now that I wanted to respond to, but I'm afraid I think I'm starting to get maybe a little tired and worn out, because I find myself becoming increasingly less able to remember things that I should and would like to.
Understandable.
Oh, I remember now. Just a little while ago, I think you compared the position of like, people defending monogamy to people sort of defending being defending being gay, when I would think that should it like not be the reverse, where the position of monogamy is more comparable to the position of prescriptive like heterosexuality, and as well as the sort of the sense of like moral superiority and moral disgust that has often come with that position throughout history, and with a sort of like the non-monogamous crowd being a little bit like the oppressed and misunderstood minority. I think that I think it would be a lot easier to have your argument come across, and sort of like have people sympathize with it if you just went with saying that what is it, like people like being gay or lesbian is a valid lifestyle choice, but it's ultimately, that doesn't mean that now everyone should be that way and like nobody should be straight anymore. It's just like a matter of we leave it to the individual, and don't bother imposing any sort of societal norm in relation to it.
Okay, so and I apologize, I might have misunderstood the first part, but is the thought that like the anti-monogamy view seems like prescriptive heterosexuality?
The anti-monogamy? No, it's the other way around.
Oh, like the anti-non-monogamy view is like prescriptive heterosexuality?
Yeah, like the non, like it's like the non-monogamy crowd is equivalent to like the LGBT crowd, fighting for like their right to just live openly without experiencing stigma.
Oh, perhaps to an extent. I mean, I do know there were at least some non-monogamous people who have encountered some stigma. Although, fortunately, I do think the stigma is reducing over time. And I think that, especially when we look at the progress made by the gay rights movement, for example, over the past 15 to 20 years, there's reason to suspect that something similar will keep happening for non-monogamy. Just for my own part, I will say, and not that you were saying anything contrary to this, so I'm just making a more general statement here, but I myself do not view myself as a member of an oppressed sexual minority or anything like that. Very fortunately, in my own life, I don't think I've ever encountered anyone who's been mean to me or mistreated me on the basis of my views about monogamy and non-monogamy. I have gotten some spirited criticism, but no one has ever advanced that criticism in the sort of mode of I'm going to try to make this person's life worse. So fortunately, for whatever it's worth, I can share that my own experience has been very positive.
I personally like I personally would still describe that as a form of unfortunate societal stigma, based on the sort of retaliation that I've witnessed you getting because of your views. And for me, I feel like it would be enough to approach this issue the same way that we have queer rights, which is to say that everyone does their own thing. You don't get to decide for other people. Now, of course, what we're talking about is maybe we shouldn't get to decide whether third parties, like couples who we are not like romantic arrangements we're not involved in, like whether they should be monogamous or non-monogamous. I think like that's something most people could agree with. But what about like our partner in the relationship? Like what about them? And I think when it comes to that, like given that we can't be entirely sure as to whether this is a natural orientation or not, and maybe if it isn't, it's still like maybe isn't worth pressing this issue of trying to turn this into an ethical norm. How I see it is that it would be a lot more. I think it would be a lot simpler to just go about this the same way that we treat other kinds of relationship preferences, such as whether or not to have children, and or how many children to have, and whether or not to have any. Where some people don't want any children, some definitely want children, and some are just kind of on the fence. It's like either's fine. Kind of more depends. I'll defer to my partner, and like people generally advise going through things like couples counseling in advance of getting married or committing to a long-term relationship, to avoid these sort of like insurmountable disagreements related to child rearing preferences later on in the relationship. And I feel like maybe monogamy can be treated the same way as one of those kinds of relationship preferences, where it's best practice is just to at the very start of a relationship to have that talk of, hey, so are you like non-monogamous, or and just sort of like have that discussion and set those kinds of boundaries to avoid complications later on. And so we just so it's just convenient that way to just pair up with people who have the same preferences as you. To revisit the going to a house party versus taking a moonlit walk on the beach example from earlier. Just for the sake of like a thought experiment, let's imagine that people either you either had to whether you want to go to a house party or take a moonlit walk on the beach, that's something you have to do as a couple. You can't just be like, oh, well, if you like that, if I like that, you should just let me go do that by myself. It's something that's experienced as a couple. In that case, if we have one member of the couple that likes house parties and one member that likes moonlit walks, then it seems to me that we just kind of reach a real difficulty in that it's impossible for both members to be satisfied. Either that one person has to not get what they want, one person has to be disappointed, and here's where you might argue that but the I guess the equivalent, if we're still going with this analogy, is that taking a moonlit walk doesn't have any good making features over going to the house party. And maybe that's where I want to talk about those the good making, what I think are good making features of monogamy, since you expressed interest in those. And here maybe I just want to once again go back to what I said about love being an experience that is relative. How do I say this? Might be easiest to just start from personal experience, but I've I've met my husband. I met my husband when I was 17 years old. For those who didn't know that, which was an incredibly long time ago, and that is to say that I've known him my entire adult life. Like our entire adult lives have been shaped and defined by our knowing together and living together, and having all of that experience under my belt. What I can say in earnest is that having a monogamous relationship together has been truly wonderful in such a particular way that makes me doubt as to whether upgrading this, so to speak, to a non-monogamous relationship would be truly an upgrade at all. And I think that a lot of people will attest that that monogamy is just a very pleasant experience in how intimate it is, and how it's almost very hard to describe actually. It's almost like there's this unspoken magic in the air when you're just in a really deep committed one-on-one relationship with another person that is, I think, very difficult to put into words. But perhaps one way in which we can convey this is to, once again, relate this to the the moonlit walk on the quiet beach. I think that it doesn't take a lot of persuading to in order to demonstrate the appeal of a moonlit walk on the beach. As it contrasts to the house party, and where some people just prefer one of those experiences over the other, and with a lifelong monogamous relationship, feeling akin to a just an eternal or at least lifelong moonlit walk on the beach. And that's not all that I can say, but I think that probably gave you a lot to respond to, so I'll pause there.
Okay, yeah, there is a lot there to respond to, so thank you, Tia. You said that, yeah, maybe it's simpler or better to treat monogamy like other relationship preferences, like whether to have children, what's the relevant difference between that and monogamy. On this note, and this is not something that you were sort of bringing up, at least not directly, but just in case it helps to offer as sort of a prefacing comment to clarify my views for anyone who is wondering, I do want to fully concede that people have the right to be monogamous. So I'm not saying that people have no right to be monogamous. My only concern is whether monogamy is the right thing to do. And I see those two as being very different, in that having the right to do something I take to be a matter of whether one should be coercively prevented from doing that thing or not. And I certainly don't think that people who are monogamous should be coercively prevented from continuing to be monogamous, whatever that would mean in practice. But yes, to, I think, engage with your comment a little more directly, relationship preferences are fine as long as they are consonant with love. And in the case of whether to have children, I think there are good reasons one could give for either decision. So for people who want to have children, it's very easy to imagine what reasons they might have for that. And so having that as a condition for their partner, for any partner they choose, that's sort of specifying that that partner has to be open to having kids, like that seems fine. And for the person who doesn't want to have kids, like it's equally easy to imagine reasons why they might not want to have kids, very legitimate reasons for not wanting to have kids. So yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. In the case of monogamy, though, the reasons to me, like reasons why one might want one's partner not to have any additional partners, it's just less clear to me what reasons there could be. And I know you touched on a few potential ones later in your comment, which I'll address in a second, but that to me is where the issue really turns on, is this question of, okay, are there good reasons for this monogamous preference or this monogamous restriction? Then in the case of, oh yeah, the moonlit walk case you briefly brought up, and yeah, the taking a moonlit walk is something that you can do only with your partner, which I suppose makes it kind of like having kids in a way. I suppose what I see as especially troubling about monogamy is that I see it as less like wanting to take a moonlit walk with your partner and more like restricting your partner from doing certain kinds of activities, even on their own time. So like even when you and your partner are away, more like telling your partner like, oh, you can't go to the house party, or you can't, go on a walk with this other person. And that to me is the part that is more difficult to justify. In the case of, you brought up that your monogamous relationship with Leon has been great, and that it's not clear that non-monogamy would be an upgrade. I can easily see how it might not be an upgrade for either of you to actually go out and date multiple partners. Like if each of you just happens to have a natural preference, or maybe I shouldn't use the word natural, but just happens to have a preference, whatever the reason for that preference is, just happens to have a preference for dating one person at a time. Like you happen not to want to date anyone else other than Leon, he happens to not want to date anyone else other than you, then that's fine. Like you can continue to date just each other. I think it's possible to maintain the relationship in that state while still being non-monogamous, in the sense of not having any restrictions against dating additional partners. So I think as long as you were to have the openness to, like in your case, it would be letting Leon date others if he were to ever become interested in that. In Leon's case, it would be the openness to letting you date others if you were ever to become interested in that. I think that disposition is really what the heart of non-monogamy is. And the last thing I guess I'll say here is on the potential good-making feature of monogamy, which you brought up, on how monogamy seems to involve a certain intimacy. I think you said monogamy is pleasant in how intimate it is. There's an unspoken magic in having this deep, committed, one-on-one relationship. Now, I agree if monogamy really does have advantages when it comes to creating a sense of intimacy or a sense of commitment in a relationship, then that is an important good-making feature of monogamy. What I'm skeptical of is whether monogamy really does provide those things more than non-monogamy. Like just with taking commitment, for example, I think that it can be very easy to think that commitment is either the same thing as exclusivity, or even if not the same thing, it's somehow enhanced by exclusivity, it's somehow furthered by exclusivity. But that just isn't really obvious to me. I think that one can have an equal level of commitment in a relationship without having restrictions on one's partner in terms of who else they can date. And I view it similarly in this regard to friendship. So you can be a very committed friend to someone in the sense of being all in on that friendship and not being willing to give it up, and being very disposed to help one's friend when they need it, even if it involves great difficulties. One can have all of those aspects of commitment, but let one's friend have additional friends. Like that doesn't seem in tension with the commitment at all. And I think something structurally parallel is true for relationships, that you can be all in for your partner and not be willing to give up your relationship with them, but still let them have additional partners. And so commitment and exclusivity just to me seem to be these very different things. And likewise for intimacy, I think that just as a close friendship with someone can be very close, very intimate, without being at all threatened by their additional friendships, it just doesn't seem clear to me why letting my partner date additional partners would be any threat to the intimacy that we have.
When it comes to the question as to how letting someone date additional partners can be a threat to intimacy, I have some arguments about that I feel like I haven't really been able to get to in sort of an expedient fashion so far, since my thoughts are unfortunately a bit more disorganized now than they were at the start of the stream. But I'm going to try to explain, try to clarify this part now. I guess my intent in bringing up my experience with Leon is to say that sort of imagining what it would be like if either of us were to be seeing other people outside of our marriage or our relationship throughout the years. I think that like my intuition is just that there's no way we could have done so without affecting the dynamic in our relationship, and that in and of itself is a concern when one is considering non-monogamy, because and I'm going to use trying to use a few examples, not just that one, to better illustrate my point. But this I think this is sort of sorry, I'm not sure how to I guess one other example I can provide is the example of, um, for one thing, like people can, um, like people in marriages, like or people in long-term committed relationships can feel neglected, emotionally neglected, if even if their spouse, like spends too much time with their other friends outside of the relationship, even if it's a monogamous relationship and those other people are just friends and not lovers. um, it is very possible, to make people feel like emotionally neglected, and I feel like that's not, um, that's something that's important to recognize, where, I feel like we something just we have to admit is that, you know like yeah, let's say that even if we do, allow, the relationship to be like non-monogamous still, there's a certain point of perhaps like diminishing returns, where, the number of partners, you could possibly have becomes one that is simply unrealistic to sustain, until you're like not really, properly investing in your other relationships, and, and like and then you begin sort of like neglecting some of them, like, for example, maybe like we can take, Mike Humor's clone, thought experiment as an example. Maybe if, you, your partner was cloned and you are non-monogamous, so, all right, you start sort of being in a poly relationship with both the original partner and the clone, and that's all well and good. And, let's assume that that's not the only clone, and there are more clones are made, and each clone is a little bit, just better and improved than the last one, which kind of compels you to just take them on as additional partners. Like, how many clones does it get until just you can no longer say that you're in a relationship with every single one of those clones, due to just realistic, you know logistical, like, limitations? I think that you could say, yeah, that, you're in an intimate relationship with maybe like, 2 or 3 versions of your partner at most. I find that to be believable, but wouldn't I wouldn't buy, the idea of being in a intimate relationship with 20 clones. And so this is just and so by the sheer fact that this is the value of these relationships, is not something that scales like linearly with the quantity. um, I feel like we can see how, like, monogamy can offer a certain kind of like special experience. um, and it's kind of like how, you know having 20 cats isn't necessarily better than having one cat. I think if you had 20 cats, that's when, certain parts of the internet would start accusing you of animal neglect. Or, having 20 kids isn't better than having, one kid, for similar reasons. And, to expand on this even further, I want to say that, uh, like, I think there's, um for me, here there's a sort of question of social dynamics, and I realize this probably, um overall, my focus here is more on discussing, social monogamy, as opposed to, like, sexual, monogamy. Like, that's of like less, concern to me. Like, if you're just emotionally, monogamous, but you have like other, sexual partners. But, when we're talking about the prospect of social, like, non-monogamy, I think, what I find to be a realistic concern is, how opening up the relationship could affect the social dynamics that you enjoy with your partner. And I think this is a very, a very realistic concern, and that this concern applies to friendships, as well. So it's not as though there's sort of like a key difference here. I think a lot of people have had the experience of maybe being like a friend group where maybe you're like really happy with the current dynamic in the group, like the kinds of people who are in there and the number of people who are there, and then one day someone new joins up, and maybe the other people in your friend group like really like that person, but like you don't, and maybe the other person like hates your guts too, and this sours your total like your whole experience, and and at this point, and an example, maybe a more concrete example I could give here is maybe if we use philosophy as a thought experiment. Like, let's say, right now, as we know, philosophy is three members. It's myself, yourself, and Karis. And let's say that I, Tia Fair, am just like really happy with this arrangement. Everything about it makes me comfortable. It fulfills a certain need for me. And then let's say another person comes along, and let's say for the sake of example that it's another woman, a girl, and she's maybe she gets along with the two of you, with you and Karis, but she's like mean to me behind your backs, and I don't approve of her. And to me, just having her being in the group and joining in our group chats and our collabs and things like that, it just totally changes the sort of experience that our group is for me, in a way that I think would hold true whether this was just like a business group or a friendship group, or if this was like a polycule. I think it would apply either way. And I think in that case, I don't think that it would be moral for you and Karis to say like, well, Tia, you just gotta, too bad for you. You gotta let us have this new person if you really care about us, because we like her, and this is consonant with love. Because I think if we're talking about consonance with love, that if this is something that would sort of make me unhappy, then and acting in a way that is consonant with love would mean, maybe respecting the fact that this is somehow, like interfering with a very real need that I have. And I guess there's one more point I can make that would maybe clarify this all, and that I think when it comes to needs and the empirical psychology that we mentioned earlier about attachment, I think applies to this discussion as well. I think that what is it? I think that it's very possible to argue that romantic relationships fulfill a need for lifelong companionship that most people have, that friendship doesn't. Like, this is not the kind of thing where, the more the merrier. Like, the more lifelong, like having more lifelong partners is better than having one. I think for most people it's enough to have one, and or at the very least, that is our current cultural norm. And this is the reason that we don't place restrictions on friendships, because it's understood that friendships come and go, and that if you we have restrictions on romantic relationships because most people just spend so long looking for the right person anyway, and some never end up actually finding that person. That, in a way, it seems, maybe if not like totally okay, it means it's at least less bad for there to be restrictions. Sorry. I think that and I think that matters. And I think that if sort of monogamous relationships, um, if monogamous relationships or help fulfill that need for attachment, like, oh, sorry, I'm getting pretty tired and out of it. I
Mm,
think that
mm,
um I'm right now. What's coming to mind is the part of your papers that you devoted to the jealousy defense of monogamy. That monogamy sort of serves to um, to prevent people from feeling jealous. It's just sort of like a convenient solution that tries to like avoid that scenario entirely from the get-go. And that I think your main response to this was to say that um, um, like monogamy doesn't seem to resolve jealousy, it just seems to capitulate to it. And I want to say that this is sort of one of those cases in which it doesn't seem like most of the people making these arguments are really know what they're talking about, because I don't think that my issue with the idea of a let's use the example of a monogamous relationship before a non-monogamous one. That'll be easier. Let's say that in a I'm in a monogamous relationship, and my partner breaks up with me to be with someone else whom they perceive as better. And I recall you were arguing that I should be okay with this unless I don't want my partner to be happy, or unless I am afraid of like being inadequate. And I think my feeling there would not be like jealousy, like, oh, this other person is taking something away from me, and like I'm not good enough. Am I not good enough or what? I think my feeling there would be something actually far deeper and worse than that, which is a very deep sense of loss and betrayal and disappointment, because my partner was supposed to fulfill that lifelong that need for lifelong commitment that I had. Because let's face it, like most people like don't want to die alone. I think some people are okay with being alone for life, but I think like most people enjoy the idea of being attached to someone for life. And if they don't, it's not because they're not interested, it's because it just the opportunity never came up. So if I spent so long searching for this one person who is just Mr. Right, or Mrs. Right, and that person leaves me for somebody else, I would feel a sense of like disappointment, having invested what 2, 5, 10, 20 years into this relationship, thinking it was going to be the one, thinking it was going to be forever. And then like now all that is gone, our shared like our history, our shared language, all that is gone, and I have to start over. Like that's sort of like I think you can see why that would be terrible and is distinct from jealousy. And in the case of I don't know, let's say that this isn't to say this I guess this doesn't directly relate to the arguments about non-monogamy. I think it's just to say that what I'm trying to say, that monogamy makes it easier, I think, to find a lifelong partner and like lifelong attachment, and someone who I guess for someone whose preference is that all of their partners has to be like a lifelong partner. Like none of those relationships can just be like purely sexual relationships. Then I think that I don't know. I don't actually. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I'm making sense anymore. It's been a long night.
mhm.
I think I'm just trying to. I think I'm desperately trying to argue that yeah, monogamous relationships just have like a different vibe. They're a different experience from like relationships with multiple partners, and that and yeah, that's a good making feature that means that monogamy is not just something morally inferior and redundant that we're safe to abolish.
Okay. So I'd like to start by saying that I identify with what you said there, Tia, when you said that, it's been a long stream, and, I think you're probably not the only one who's maybe getting a little bit fatigued, and perhaps we should wrap up soon. I would like to say a few things in response, and perhaps this will be kind of the final, and of course, if you want to respond to anything I say after, that's fine too, but perhaps we'll view this as the start of the portion of wrapping up the stream. So yeah, on that note, there were some things you said about, I think I'll start with your point about how there's a certain limit of partners that we can reasonably have. And I think the example of the many clones is a good example of that even if one could perhaps have maybe 1 or 2 additional relationships, surely there's some number beyond which it would not be feasible to have any additional relationships. And certainly if we get into numbers like hundreds or thousands, like there's just no way. But even smaller numbers than that, it does seem plausible. I'm not sure though that helps defend monogamy very much, and perhaps the thought wasn't that it does. I'm a little unclear on how it fits into the argument, but if somebody were to say that this does help defend monogamy in some way, then my main question would be, well, okay, but remember, monogamy sets the limit at 1, and that is the strictest possible limit if we're just thinking in terms of numbers of people that one's partner is allowed to date. And I think especially when we consider that not all additional relationships would have to be the very deep or time-consuming or emotionally committed kind, that there could in principle be additional casual relationships that would not necessarily take a lot of time, but monogamy prohibits them just as much as it prohibits additional deep and committed relationships. This is maybe a point you were, I guess, in some way recognizing perhaps when you brought up the distinction between social and sexual monogamy. And so I do want to acknowledge that for people who have open relationships, or people who are monogamish, as it's sometimes called, where they might mostly just stick with each other, but like every once in a while, they'll be open to letting their partner have maybe sex with someone else if it's like sex while traveling, or to see a sex worker, or just to have friends with benefits that they see occasionally. I do think that's certainly an improvement over monogamy. I think that kind of arrangement is less restrictive than monogamy, and so is easier to justify. Now, the other main point that you brought up was that partners can feel emotionally neglected if their spouse or if their partner spends too much time outside the relationship. And yes, no doubt that is something that can and sometimes does happen. And as you pointed out, sometimes it can happen not even for additional partners, but just with friends and hobbies. A person might be spending a lot of time away from their partner on a given hobby they have, or going out with their friend group. But it seems important to me, we don't tend to take that bare possibility as justifying a friendship restriction, a restriction that says you can't have any additional friends, or a restriction that says you can't have any hobbies. I think most of us are inclined to think that a restriction like that would be very morally troubling. And so it seems to me that we should say something similar about additional partners, that the bare possibility that one's partner will start spending more time with an additional partner and will start neglecting the existing relationship, I just don't think that possibility does very much to justify monogamous restrictions. In the Philosophy case that you brought up, I think you mentioned that, yeah, it would seem troubling, like if Karis and I were to say, oh, Tia, you have to accept this new member, even though she's causing a problem for you, just because it would be more consonant with love for you to accept this new member. I think non-monogamy is less like that, because for I can't talk today. Even a non-monogamous couple, who's fully non-monogamous, isn't committed to accepting any new partner that their partner wants. It's perfectly open to them, that is to either partner in the couple, to say, look, I have concerns about this particular person that you've chosen, they seem bad or they seem dangerous in a certain way, and I don't want you dating them in light of that. All of that's perfectly fine. That's compatible with non-monogamy, and that's what I would view the Philosophy case you described as being like that. What monogamy says is hey, you can't date anyone else, even if there's someone who, you know, seems nice and seems like they're not going to cause a problem. And that to me seems like the fundamental selfishness, I suppose, that I see in monogamy, is that it seems to involve taking worries about some bad thing that might happen. Like, it's not certain that it will happen, just a bad thing that might happen, such as being neglected by one's partner, and saying, because this bad thing might happen, I'm willing to restrict you from pursuing additional relationships, even if you were to know that an additional relationship with someone else would bring you much fulfillment, even if it would mean a lot to you. I'm still not willing to allow that. I'm not willing to support that simply because of what I'm worried might happen. And that to me just seems like something that's very difficult to justify. I think a much better way of proceeding would be to have a certain willingness to say, look, even if something bad like that does start to happen, like if I do start to feel neglected in the relationship, if I start to feel that you're spending too much time with an additional partner, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. You know, I have faith in our capacity to work things like that out. I think that's much better than just from the very start saying, I'm going to prohibit you from having these additional relationships wholesale. Now, I guess there's maybe two more points that I want to make, and then I'll pause there so I don't go on too long. You mentioned that monogamy can offer a special experience, and I think you drew the analogy of having one kid or having one cat as opposed to having 20 kids or 20 cats. There, I suppose my thought is similar to the previous one, where, yeah, it does seem right that like having 20 kids or 20 cats is not necessarily better than having one. But my issue with monogamy is it says like you can't have even one additional partner no matter who they are. So in this case, it would be more like setting a restriction on like ever having even like one additional cat, say, no matter what the cat was like, even if it was a cat that seemed wonderful, if your existing cat would have a great relationship with it, if it was a cat that was not going to be the cause of any obvious problems, it would just be this in principle limit against having an additional cat. And that to me would sort of raise the question of how could something like this be justified. I think you're right when you say that it's not necessarily the case that the more partners you have, the merrier. Like, that absolutely seems true. But to me, it also seems the case that it's not necessarily that adding some partner or other at some point won't be a good thing. Like, it might be a good thing, it might not be. I think we can't know that in advance. But surely we should be open to the possibility and let our partner, you know, explore that option, have the disposition to support our partner in exploring that option if they decide that it's something worthwhile for them. But monogamy just seems to close off that possibility, and that's what I think is the part of it that's most difficult to justify.
A couple of things here. One, I'm glad that you know that you noted that particular bit about how basically members of a couple would have some like vetoing power when it comes to the other partner's choice of additional partners, you know, which is to say that, like, you know, hey, I don't like this, that other person doesn't seem like a good person. I think that makes things like a lot more reasonable, because I guess my impression of your view prior was that, like, you know, once the relationship opens up, and by the way, this is the right thing to do, now, like, the partner that wants to be non-monogamous is now given like free reign to just do like whatever they want, and the other person, the remaining partner, if they have any issues with it, well, you know, well they're just some like immoral prude, or, you know, something like that. So I'm glad that's not quite the case. As for your question about, you know, how is it justified to restrict your choices of partner to one, you know, akin to like not like, and I just feel like that's self-evident when we use the example of having only one cat and we're having only one child, because some couples really do prefer that, just only having one pet and having one child, and I feel like we would be hard pressed to argue that, like, that there's something morally wrong with that and they should have more. I think that comes down, you know, very much to a really a personal preference that it's in it where you know, it's sort of not really our place to to sort of dictate other people's lifestyle choices, and so long so long as they don't sort of result in sort of like these huge social consequences or anything like that. Yeah, I don't know. I just I guess like maybe I haven't been clear enough about this this whole time, but it's kind of like what I said at the start. Like my argument is less of a strong argument in the form of monogamy is actually morally superior over non-monogamy, because I view it as a preference, and we should just aim to pair up with people who have like preferences to us, and that like I think that what I sort of didn't enjoy about parts of about your papers were the bits that I felt sort of maybe mischaracterized monogamy, and as something that is just like outright like outclassed by non-monogamy, as opposed to just being some sort of like a beautiful experience in its own right, and it's one that I think for some people helps better facilitate their need for attachment, like again, speaking for myself, I'm not the kind of person who is sort of like outright opposed to an open relationship, or to a non-monogamy. I just what I recognize at this point that is, if my marriage became like a non-monogamous relationship, it would definitely be different from how it was before. Not necessarily worse or better, just a different experience, and you're kind of almost it's like a side grade more than an upgrade, in a lot of ways, like, or at least in certain ways. Maybe it could be overall an upgrade, but I think it would be like naive to think that absolutely nothing would be lost in the transition. It would be like deciding to leave the moonlit beach and go to the house party, where you might well enjoy both for different reasons, but you can't be in both places at once, and there are pros and cons of each. One is not just like a straight upgrade over the other. They're just different kinds of experiences, and like that's ultimately like how it feels for me. And as for why we can't just send our partner off to the house party if they want to go there themselves, like that's because in this scenario they can't really do that without affecting the sort of experience that you were having together.
Even if their additional relationships are just casual? If we're transposing it to the example of relationships?
Yeah, I mean, like, it would take so much, like, I mean, yes, I mean, I think, thinking of my marriage with Leon, I think both of us are really busy as it is, him with his job, which is rather demanding, and me with my VTubing. I think we, not to, divulge too much information here, but I think that as it is, have trouble making enough time for each other a lot of the time, and that would be a huge consideration if we were thinking of opening up the relationship with each of us getting an additional partner. I'm not sure how it could be realistically done without introducing a lot of complications, given what I just told you about our current dynamic.
Okay, interesting. there's a lot more here that I think is fascinating and is worth pressing on further. But at the same time, I do feel as if that is perhaps a good note to wrap it up on. How do you feel about that, Tia? Or was there something else? Or
I
were
don't
there
know.
any other things you wanted to
I'm
say?
actually really curious. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm actually really curious about what you might have to say to that.
Oh, well, yeah, it's just a point I suppose I'm a bit skeptical of, especially when we consider arrangements like partners who tell each other, oh, well, like it's okay for you to, you know, have sex with others while traveling. You know, like if you're traveling somewhere away from me, or to, you know, see a sex worker from time to time, or if you have a friend with benefits and like this friend is not, you know, emotionally clingy or anything like that, you just occasionally spend time with them, and maybe some of the times that you spend with them, instead of playing video games or going to the bar and drinking, like sometimes you just have sex with them. It's just really hard for me to conceptualize how making additional allowances like that would radically alter the nature of the time that two partners do spend together.
I think I can maybe see what you're getting at, and maybe that's just something that's, will just like vary highly from couple to couple. I'm just telling you as it is when it comes to Leon and I. Not to say that that's a consideration for, you know, every single couple. Maybe what I'll say here is that, like, you know, you argue that, you know, allowing your partner to be happy is, you know, is what's constant with love. But I think like love is in many ways, you know, relative, and so is allowing your partner to be non-monogamous still consonant with love if they don't want to be, maybe if they like actively don't want to be non-monogamous. Like in the case of, I don't know if Leon's still listening, but I'm gonna put him on the spot here. I've told him before that I don't necessarily take umbrage to the idea of his having, you know, this is this kind of like more weirdly personal than I usually get on stream, but sexual partners outside of the relationship, if Tia Fair is just maybe just it's got her nose a little too deep in VTubing, and Leon's not, like, you know, satisfied with that. I've said that multiple times, and he hasn't acted on it. He just keeps saying, he just, you know, he always comes home straight. He always comes straight home to me. And when I've asked him about this, like, when I remind him, like, you know, it's like, you know, okay for you to do this. Like, I said as much. He gets all like mopey, and he's like, but I like my Tia the best. And so that just, to me, it just lends a lot of it's just little things like that, little anecdotal things that, you know, for me, lend a lot of weight to the idea that monogamy is ultimately, you know, a preference similar to, you know, having children and many other kinds of preferences. Another one I can think of, there are a few other random ones I can think of. I'll go over them quickly. Another one is the fact that Leon and I talked about like marriage on only our third date, which I realize is not something that most couples do. I think most couples sort of, I think like I've met a lot of people who are like outright afraid of, you know, that kind of commitment, including a couple of ex-boyfriends with whom things did not end well. I think that just goes to show that like maybe like the need for attachment is also something that occurs on a spectrum, and is maybe somewhat correlated with one's preference for, you know, monogamy or non-monogamy, where I can see the kinds of people who like don't get attached to people easily and don't care for having a lifelong partner. Those people would be a lot more you know, punished by a, you know, a monogamous restriction, that for them, that those restrictions would be much less consonant with the idea of love, whereas for someone like Leon, you know, not so much. He's pretty chill with this. And then another one I can think of is I'm not sure if you've heard of this. I find it both very like wholesome and very sad, but have you heard about the phenomenon of like there's a more scientific term for it, I forgot, but basically it's like a literal broken heart. Like um like studies have shown that there is like a really like there's a really like large trend of old couples who've been married for life like dying within just mere like months of each other, generally. um, and it happens so often to be just no longer within the realm of like sheer coincidence. And the research that has been done on the heart organ itself instead points to the notion that these people are so strongly attached to each other that they literally cannot live without the other. And when one passes away, the other is soon to follow, to just show the really, I think, just the really important role that attachment plays in our lives, and that I think is sort of like a biological need for a lot of us. And that is to say that being in a non-monogamous relationship doesn't like make it like impossible to fulfill that need. I think it can make it a little harder, and I guess my view is that makes for me that gives monogamy good making features. And yeah, I just have I'm not sure if I can bring myself to agree with the notion that people have the right to be monogamous, and yet for monogamy to still be like not the right thing to do. I can't find myself to sympathize with that argument.
Okay. Well, I think that is probably a good final note to end it on. Is that okay with you, Tia?
Yeah. I well, I mean, in thinking of how this discussion has gone so far, I don't know that either of us has truly managed to change the other's mind very much. Like it doesn't seem here that there's either like a clear, like that there's a clear like winner and loser. I think it just seems to me that we've both brought pretty compelling arguments to the table, and we're kind of at an impasse.
Yeah, whenever it comes to how a debate is to be judged, I suppose I tend to leave that in the hands of the viewers. But one thing I can say is that I think that you've made many intriguing points, and I really like the way that you've expressed them. And yeah, it looks like perhaps we still have differences of opinion, and that's fine. And I don't think we were going to settle any of these questions once and for all in a single stream. But I do think that we've managed to achieve what is the most wonderful and valuable thing anyone can achieve with a philosophy stream, which is to help provoke further thought on these questions. And so for that, I really do appreciate you coming on to today's stream, Tia. It's been a very fun discussion. And also thank you, chat, for all of your comments. I know that we haven't been able to look at all of them, or haven't been able to address all of them on stream, but we have enjoyed reading them, and so really appreciate all of that. Is there anything you'd like to say, Tia, as just kind of in the vein of like a final statement or final thoughts?
Sure. Well, thank you very much for the compliments. I agree that it was it was an interesting discussion that went places as I thought it would. And I likewise agree that one thing that's just great about this, no matter what, is it sort of gives us the opportunity to further ponder these questions in a new light. I think it's entirely possible that especially once I get some rest, maybe in a few days from now, I'll have some new intuitions about all this that I didn't have before. I think I have the sense that maybe in a sense this stream was doomed to fail from the start. Taking the perspective that the goal was to settle these questions about love, because I think these questions are just the kinds that are too broad-reaching for two VTubers to settle in just a matter of a few hours. And so, you know, perhaps in the future, you and I will end up debating this topic again sometime, somewhere, in some form, or perhaps not with each other, but with others. But yeah, I can see myself maybe just talking about it on one of my solo streams in the future if I have any new thoughts. But yeah, I think this was not the end. I am really really happy and really honored that I got the opportunity to kind of like insert myself and participate in something that I feel was previously mostly the domain of like professional philosophers like yourself and Kyle York and Amos Woolman. I feel like really privileged and excited to become sort of a part of this world, and I feel like there's a significance conferred upon maybe like me by the fact that you agreed to debate me in this manner, and yeah, so I wanted to say yeah, thank you for all of this and for having me for the very first time on your channel, and yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I don't think I expected to become this tired before the end of the stream. I have this like suspicion that like once I like rewatch this VOD, I'll be like, man, I didn't say what I like, you know, I really wanted to say. I was incoherent. But you know, it's not like this is the last time we're ever allowed to talk about this. So I'll just take solace in that.
That's right. And another thing that you can maybe take some comfort in, and here I just want to be clear and just say something by way of clarifying. When I made that comment earlier about, oh, it looks like we didn't settle it, I meant that in a very lighthearted spirit, just as a joke, because I of course knew before the stream, yeah, it was no single stream for this is going to be enough to settle. So yeah, I think it was fantastic getting to hear your thoughts and getting to, as you say, Robo, here in your very nice comment. Great job, you two. That was fascinating and thought-provoking. So thank you for that, Robo. And yeah, your first time on the stream, so it's wonderful having you here as a guest, Tia, and I'm sure that we'll have many future collabs. But this was a good first one, so I'm very grateful for that. But yeah, well, with that, if there's nothing else that you have, Tia, I suppose we will go ahead and wrap it up. And I hope that you are able to get some good rest after this, Tia. I will probably do the same myself here in a short while. And oh, Robo says I finally found a nickname for Axe. Okay, yeah, make sure to share it with me sometime, Robo, or maybe you could put it in the comments here in just a second. I'd be curious to hear it. So I don't know my streaming schedule for next week, and I guess, do you have any streams coming up, Tia, that you'd like to let viewers know about?
I think actually, since you asked, I wasn't planning to announce this, but I'm thinking that I'm actually gonna be doing a special stream, the likes of which I haven't done before. Maybe. Oh, wait. First off, are you planning to stream Monday night? Do you think you'll be planning to stream Monday night?
I haven't made any plans for Monday yet, but no, if you're thinking of a stream, then I can easily. I still haven't decided my weekly schedule, but I'm happy to skip Monday and stream on other days. It doesn't really make much of a difference to me.
All right. Something that Leon and I were hoping to do on Monday is that we will stream. We will start streaming Metroid Prime 4 with a twist in that he'll actually be the one playing, and I'll be the one backseating him, like Fuamoko style.
Oh, that's very clever. Well, we will. I'll look forward to that. That is a fun idea for a stream. And I mean, yeah, like Leon and Tia on stream together in Fuamoka style, like who could say no to that? Robo says, debate me more, Daddy-on. Please tell me that's not your nickname for me, Daddy-on. I'll give it points for creativity, though. But don't worry, Robo. There will be more debates in the future. Certainly more debates in the future. So anyway, thanks again to you so much. Happy Valentine's Day to you and to everyone else, to all viewers. I wish you a wonderful rest of your Valentine's Day, whatever is left of it. And I look forward to seeing y'all next week and farther in the future. So thanks again, everybody. Goodbye.
Bye, everyone. Thank you. Good night.